us who arrived on time, we decided to wait for you. So today we're meeting with the AGSA on the audit outcomes of the Department of Higher Education and Training and its entities for the 2024-2025 annual reports. And then later today we'll get a briefing from the Department of Higher Education and Training on their own annual report. So that is the purpose of today's meeting. But before we go to those things, Minister, I think we must just indicate that this week, including last week, I think we would have seen a number of, or a rise in protest in our institutions of higher learning, universities. We had our university buildings being banned at the University of Fort Hare. And then yesterday, I think, in Kwakwa campus and the University of Free State, we also had one of our buildings been banned. And since August, we've had a number of students being reported, maybe since July, if you include Durban University of Technology, where to date, I think they've had about 3 deaths since around July of our students in the sector. Fort Hare, they've also indicated that there have been about 3 deaths. And there, when we were there, students would have shown us where the student had apparently hung herself in a very low-hanging tree. And the students are saying there that the family of those two young girls are saying in their autopsy that those 2 young girls were raped before. That's what the students are alleging. Yesterday, we also woke up to the news of two young students who would have passed away or being robbed or what, I don't know, at Nelson Mandela University, and sadly they've passed away. So we've had quite a rough week or so in the higher education system. And I think, at University of Free State, it is my considered view that even that strike was unnecessary because the university took a decision that is simply anti-poor, and students that the right to protest there. When you say if you owe 3,000 rands, you'll no longer be allowed to register, preliminary register. There will no longer be acknowledgement of that agreement that will be signed to allow students to register whilst they are trying to find some means to pay that debt. I don't think that was a good decision. I mean, some of the students, by the way, who owe there are full NSFAS funded students. They find themselves owing the university because the university would have put these NSFAS funded students in accommodation that charges more than the cap of NSFAS. And the NSFAS, this NSFAS, poor NSFAS funded students will then be forced to sign that they will pay the balance. They call it what, the top-up in those institutions. So our systems say that this child does not have the means to pay. You put them in a system or in an accommodation that forces them to owe. Then you are saying, irrespective of whether they are left with 2 courses or 1 year, if they are supposed to study next year, their final year, they will not register at the beginning of the year because they would have owed this money that was created by the system. And therefore they must go home without their degrees when they're left. That is exclusion, targeting the poor. But just because they don't have an uncle or an aunt or a parent somewhere that can pay this 8,000 rand, that is not of their own doing. It's the university that put them in that accommodation. Even university-owned accommodation that charges above the cap. I mean, the department here today, they will give us their presentation where Minister, the department would have funded these universities to build this student accommodation, working with DBSA, excluding the other monies that we give them of grants, including grants that are supposed to go to student housing project. And then you still charge more and still want these poor students to have this thing. I don't think that was a wise move from the university, honestly speaking. I mean, at Fort Hare, I had to go there. Students insisted that they want to give us a memorandum of demands. We went there. They gave the memorandum on the issue of holding of SRCs. I mean, again, I think the strike there could have been avoided. It could have been avoided at that institution. The institution is the one that are responsible for holding SRC elections. They don't hold SRC elections. The term of the current or the then current SRC comes to an end. And then you say, no, because your term has come to an end, you are disbanded, go home, go to your residences. We as management are going to put an interim SRC for you. So the institution then wants to install students that are of their own choosing. I don't think from a corporate governance point of view that makes sense. The students that then said, no, you're not going to do that. We want to choose our own leaders. So management wants to choose their own students. It doesn't make sense. It's we could have avoided the mess. They were told that mean building, I went there, Minister, it's bent, finished. We were only told there's a safe that can only accommodate so much that could not, where the documents are still, but everything else is bent down, which would mean that convocants of that institution might not get the certificates that indeed they are graduates of that institution. We are told those who are studying now, their registration would have been banned. So the institution, in essence, might not know who is studying and who's not studying this year. Those who are supposed to graduate, the institution might not know whether there's a legitimate claim by this student or that student for them to claim. So it's just over and above the buildings. I mean, the agriculture, there's a new building there of agriculture where we're told they had installed very serious machinery there of agriculture, bent down. The person was walking us through there said, there's one machine, a small machine there, many of them bent down. There's only one that remained, and that machine cost about 1 million. and all of them they bent down, except one. So, and all of these things, if you look at them, they could have been avoided. Then you go to student accommodation there. Now, Minister, I come from the township. I stayed in a back room where it was a shack. In a township where I come from, it was a norm that we will jump sewage running around the street. It was a norm. If it was not there, it would have been Christmas. I went to student accommodation that is funded by, where students who stay, they are funded by us, who most probably come from the same background that I come from. We get the sewage at an institution of higher learning and running J. This student, I said, this is our perfume, or this is how it smells every day. You know, no one there is held accountable. Maintenance of student accommodation is just bad. Just bad. It's as if our leaders who are supposed to lead these institutions, they've just given up. You know, there's no consequence management for somebody there who's supposed to maintain these buildings. They are not watching. The DHEAD norms and standard, the DGSOTUGWA, indicates what the student accommodation must look like. It must have this, it must have that. Those kids there, all of them, if you enter every room, they've got the VASCOM, because they tell you the geysers don't work the whole year. So they bath in a VASCOM. It's a norm, which is not what the norms and standards talk about. The showers there, you enter, you can tell water has not dripped in a long time. There's rust. There's not even shower caps. No one is held accountable in our institution. You know, and it can't honestly continue like that. So I felt I must start with that part, because yesterday I had to ask 3 members of this committee to go to University of Free State to try and speak to management there, because management the day before, on the 13th, they release a circular on Monday evening. They say all students in the Bloemfontein main campus in Kwako, all of you must go home. We're giving you 24 hours. By your own presentation of these institutions, almost all of them, in fact, all of them there is core, you know, this thing sometimes comes and goes, but I must put this thing right. All institutions in this country, they've got above 50% students that are NSFAS funded. So when you say to these kids, we're giving you 24 hours, if you are in Kwako and you come from, let's say, Lusigisi, you must have money to take a taxi or a bus to Bloemfontein and take a bus from Bloemfontein to wherever you are going. So you are saying these kids must have money to, you know, to travel home within 24 hours. Whatever happens, they must be gone here. Very insensitive. You know, it's for that the people who are making such statements don't understand. Some of us who were funded by NSFAS will know that that money that they give you must, you know, last you a whole month. But it only goes to food. There's nothing else. You can't even buy takeaways. It goes to groceries. And when you get it today, tomorrow you must make sure that you have bought, and you don't have anything for the whole month. So these people who are making these statements don't understand that these kids don't have anybody else to run to. Their parents are this NSFAS. And when NSFAS has given them these allowances and they are finished, the assumption is if you get it on the 31st, on the 1st of every month, this money is finished. The university on the 13th, they take a bold decision that by tomorrow you must be out of here by tomorrow at 8 p.m., which is the 14th. And if you are not out by that time, we're going to evict you forcefully. And there in that university, you saw videos that are circulating on social media. That security, I don't know what it's called. Somebody said big gun or something, I can't remember. They were, you know, a young girl lying on the floor, they're being beaten with donkey pins. Kuri, that girl was saying, "Ningang bulale," you know, literally begging not to be killed. Those security people had no mercy on this young girl, unarmed, there on the floor. We saw the videos, unarmed. There are other videos where these securities approaching residences, throwing things down the windows of this institution. Tomorrow, the art management, it will say all that damage was done by the students. When we have videos where these security people that they've hired, when they're aggressive towards those residents. So I thought Minister must start with, because, you know, we had to send members there to meet with management. They will give us feedback on what would have happened, but management had to agree at the end that maybe eviction or threatening to evict student might not have been the smart idea, amongst others. So there's concessions that they made, and they are going to do an announcement today, I'm told, with the students. They're going to meet with the students and make this announcement today. But, you know, it's just, if these things start like this, they will go everywhere. Normally, this is, you know, they start in one institution or two, then before we know it, it's everywhere. Our infrastructure is damaged, and all of that. And once these things happen, there are unethical business people in this country who are in the panels of these companies, who, once there is a strike, they see an opportunity to hire some students there, give them alcohol or whatever, or they go themselves and they cause these fires in these buildings because they know they are on the panels to fix them themselves. So we must avoid giving them that opportunity. So I thought I must start with that. We are going to, or we have apologies. We have received the apology of the Director General, who is not well. I was with the Director General at the Bafana game in Durban on Friday. Maybe he caught flu there. He was very well there, David. But he's not well now. We watched Bafana versus Zimbabwe there. But he was very well there. He's not well now. We have an apology. And then we have a few apologies of members. No, we did not. We met by coincidence. It was on the passage. We have apologies of few members. Honorable Khachau is not feeling. She was not feeling well even at on oversight last week when we were in Durban. She caught flu, I think, around Thursday, and then she was not well, so she has not recovered. So she won't be coming in today. We have an apology of Honorable Souls who will join us around 11. Is the ad hoc committee. Will join us around 11. Honorable Msezana will join us around 10. Honorable Khabo is attending block attendance. It's block attendance week in an institution where he's studying. Then Honorable Lowe and Honorable Governor are on oversight of basic education. We share basic education. We share them with basic education. Those are the only apologies. Honorable Lonzi will arrive, just after 10 as well. So those are the apologies we have. Members, I did receive the memorandum from students there, and the minister, because we could not wait for today to take that decision, we spoke with members offline, and we have agreed that there's a need for us to go visit University of Fort Hare. We've made an application after receiving confirmation from members. we've made an application to Parliament to go visit University of Fort Hare on Tuesday next week. We have written to council, we have written to management, we have written to the department, and yourself, Minister, indicating this is what we plan on doing next week, and would like the support. I know that the students, they indicated that they would have met with the team from the department, so the department would have been visiting them, but so members said on Tuesday we must go there. We decided to go with Tuesday instead of Wednesday, Minister, because on Thursday you have that G20 education summit that you had invited us to in Mpumalanga, which almost 95% of the members will attend. So we'll go to Fort Hare on Tuesday. If our application in Parliament goes according to plan, we should know at least by end of business today. So AG, sorry for taking your time and addressing our issues. I saw, Minister, you're taking notes. When you do your opening after the AG, then you can say one or two things on those things. So welcome, AG. I know you're going to give us an audit outcome of the department and its entities, and then after that, members are going to ask clarity-seeking questions on what does this mean. Members, you don't ask the AG about the performance of an entity because it's not them who are performing. They were auditing the performance. So you must ask clarity-seeking on that. Then we will bring those entities where you'll take the direct questions on why did you not achieve X, Y, and Z to those entities. So AG, if you can, or maybe before, let's introduce ourselves so that we know who's in the room. I see we've got new faces who are attending for the first time, both Matsepos also, so that we can know each other. My name is Tebogo Letsie. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, member of Parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee, and the chair. So we'll, Nana, maybe let's end with you. Start with Anna, let's start this side, come this way, and then we'll end with you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anel Kavengis, Concept.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and the colleagues, honorable Minister and the colleagues. My name is Zamahlangu Mtitwa. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Auditor General, responsible for the higher education portfolio.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Minister and the colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training. My name is Khabuko Mapi. I'm responsible for the higher education portfolio as an executive in the Auditor General of South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, executives of the department and colleagues. I'm Bulelwa Sikweya. I'm a Senior Manager from the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister and the executives. My name is Tlo Choshi. I'm the Senior Manager in the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, AGSA. My name is Puti Manamela, Minister of Higher Education.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues from AG, colleagues from DHET. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the DDG responsible for TVETs. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, AGSA and colleagues. Rolani Ngwenya, DDG Corporate Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Matsapo Sidat, and I'm the spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all honourable members. Good morning, Minister and colleagues. My name is Marcia Sotukwa. I'm the DDG for University Education.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to our honorable Minister. Good morning to fellow DPGs and all present here. Good morning to colleagues from the AG. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm the DDG for Planning, Policy and Strategy. Chair, this is not meant to put you in a difficult space, but many happy returns. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Honourable Minister, AGSA, Parliamentary Staff and Management, my colleagues. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General, responsible for community education and training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, AGSA, Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mabusela. I'm the acting DDG Skills. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, colleagues, AG and the Department. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the acting CFO.
Good morning, Chair and the honourable members, Minister and the DDGs. My name is Moye Rapaza. I'm the Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Minister. My name is Tabile Dengwane. I'm the Parliament and Cabinet Support in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Nonjabulo Zuma. I am from the Minister's Office. Apologies, Chair. I am Parliament and Liaison Staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, Minister, and everyone. My name is Opa Budibe, researcher in the Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members, honourable Minister. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director for TVET Planning and Institutional Support.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and the officials that are here. My name is Kabelo Makitla. I'm from the Auditor General, Stakeholder Liaison Manager.
Morning, Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Members of Parliament, officials and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampepo. I'm the Parliamentary and Cabinet Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Honourable Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, members, and everybody in the House. My name is Mampaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. I'm Dr. Delmaine Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Minister, everyone. My name is Sanele Zwan, a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues, Minister, officials from the department and from the AG officials as well, and everyone else. Good morning, all protocol observed. My name is Sifeng Gubane. I'm the member of this Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members, honourable Minister, colleagues from the department. My name is Nana Shai, Senior Manager from the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much, colleagues. AG, I think there's an echo. Okay, I will try and deal with it. AG, in the meantime, I hope you also will have echo so that we continue in the meantime. You can take us through.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We good? All right, I'm going to try again. I think it's clear. Please receive greetings from the Auditor General, Sakane Maluleke. We thank you for inviting us to engage with you on the work that we've done for the Department of Higher Education and Training, the portfolio, for the year that ended 31st March 2025. We bring to you a complete pack of the audit outcomes. The first part of that pack will speak to the Department of Higher Education and Training together with its entities and the 21 seaters. The second segment of that pack will speak to the work that we've done across all 50 TVETs in the country. We also just touched on a high level the audit outcome of the universities as well as the CETs so that the committee can have a complete picture. One of the things that we are hoping that we achieve in this engagement, Honorable Chair, is just to bring better insights on what we found when we were doing the audit. You remember that our audit would have covered an opinion on the financial statements across board. We'll cover the material findings on compliance, selected legislation and prescripts. We'll also speak on the work that we've done on predetermined objectives, that pretty much the service delivery work. On predetermined objectives, we'll cover the work we've done on the APP, and also the work that we've done so far as reliability is concerned, which is the work that we've done on the performance reports across board. Allow me to just highlight that there's a couple of things that we are bringing to you in addition to an ordinary audit outcomes that we bring through to the members. One will touch on the work that we've done in the department, particularly around their role as a coordinating department in the portfolio. So we've done work that did not, for the current year, affect the audit opinion of the department so far as performance reporting is concerned. Are we good, Chair? So we covered how the department packaged their annual performance plan in terms of the role of the department in the portfolio, in coordinating the TVETs, in coordinating the universities, in coordinating the CETs and all other institutions that fall under their responsibility. Allow me to indicate that it will be important that that work get to be dealt with, because in our view as the AGSA, it will give better traction to the role of the department in the portfolio. Like I said, for the current year, it did not impact the audit opinion, so we left it as work that the department can take forward for the coming financial years. And we are hoping that in a year or two, the department will start to reposition themselves in terms of the annual performance plan, such that the work that we do in TVETs, in universities, in CETs, is reflected in the targets directly, and not necessarily just reporting on the numbers that come through from the entities. There is a better picture that you're going to see around the TVETs. It took time. As the AGSA, we are picking up that, of course, the pace is not what we want. But you'll start to see that the TVET, so far as financial management reporting is concerned, is beginning to be better. And we are hoping that we can pick up the pace, because we could get ourselves in a point where we no longer worry ourselves around the financial reporting of the TVETs. And then we can really focus a lot on what the TVETs are supposed to be doing. So far as the seaters are concerned, we have a mixture there, and Nana will take us through. We have some of the seaters that would have reported transparently. We encourage around that. But there are still those that still struggle a bit in terms of just making sure that that which is being reported, it is a fair representation of what would have happened, supported by evidence. Chair, I wanted to pause here and just allow Nana to take us through. We'll take your lead in terms of the time that we still have to engage the committee. But I do assume that we'll then take the engagement at the end of the presentation. Over to you, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, we're fine on time.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, B, for the opening remarks.
Chair, maybe just to reiterate again our mission and vision in terms of our engagements and the audit work that we perform as an office. Chair, we do appreciate such engagements for us to bring and communicate to the committee the audit outcomes for the portfolio for the 24-25, which speaks to the constitutional mandate that we have in as far as producing audit reports when it comes to financial management reporting, performance management reporting, as well as compliance of the institution. And we hope that the engagement this morning and the insights that we'll share with the committee will enable you in terms of your responsibilities in conducting oversight over these institutions of higher learning. If we go then to our mission, taking into account what I just alluded to, we do envisage a culture around the institutions that we have within the sector that are characterized rather by areas of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. And what we mean by that, Chair, is that it's quite important that when the institutions, in as far as performance is concerned, they are able to demonstrate their impact in as far as the service delivery mandate. And that will speak to the performance reporting that we're going to talk about a bit later in the presentation as well. If one looks at accountability, it's quite important that when we do assess then the performance of those institutions, we are also then able to use their financial statements, use their annual reports to hold them accountable in as far as the core mandate and the expectations around the mandate and what they meant to be delivering for the citizens of the country. Therefore, it's quite important that as oversight bodies, as the oversight committee, as well as the portfolio committee of higher education, we're able to hold these institutions accountable for their performance. When we speak about transparency, we speak around the credibility of the reports that they're producing. Again, we will reflect on the outcomes on the financial statements and the annual performance report, as I've indicated, as well as compliance of these institutions. So it is quite important that as we reflect on some of the material findings that we will share in the instances of non-compliances that we may have identified, that one considers in the context of transparency and credibility of those reports that are being presented by the institutions. Again, institutional integrity speaks to the ethics and the culture which is embedded within these institutions, and therefore it's quite important that if you are to realize the aspirations of those service delivery mandates of those institutions, that we recall and actually emphasize on these core principles as ones that should govern the culture around these institutions. If I then reflect on the accountability ecosystem, which is a slide that you're quite familiar with from the committee's perspective, is that it is quite important, and today as we engage as well as on the audit outcomes of these institutions, that we reflect on each of the role players within the accountability ecosystem. It's quite important that when we reflect on the role of officials within the department or the entities that we'll be giving feedback on, that we reflect on, in terms of the impact of the findings that we're communicating, who did not do what in this accountability ecosystem, as it is quite important that even from a leadership and a decision-making perspective, going over to support and oversight, which would be your parliamentary committees, your boards, and everybody else that is supposed to be playing oversight roles in terms of these institutions, actually comes to the party and actually plays their role so that we do see the effectiveness of this value chain. It is also quite important as well that as we reflect through the audit outcomes, we'll speak more about the oversight committees, which would be your audit committees, as well as the internal audit functions that are within the institutions that are meant to serve as players that are able to alert on the or the inefficiencies rather in the internal control environment of such institutions in terms of the roles that they are playing and how we would want to see them being more effective in terms of implementing that role. So it's quite important on the slide that as we reflect, we all consider the audit outcomes in the context of the roles that we are meant to be playing in order for us to achieve, at the end of the day, quality service delivery in terms of the institutions that we'll be giving feedback on. Chair, if you look at the portfolio ecosystem, already the B has alluded to in the opening remarks, so we are bringing the audit outcomes for 113 institutions. Mainly the first part of the presentation will cover the audit outcomes for the Department of Higher Education and Training, which is DHED, the National Skills Fund, which is the NSF, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, which is NSFAS, as well as the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as the 21 sector education and training authorities. The second segment of the presentation will then cover the That will also include, apologies, the quality assurance bodies, which is your Quality Council on Trade and Occupations, which is QCTO, Council on Higher Education, CHE, as well as South African Qualifications Authority, SAQA. The second segment of the presentation will then cover the audit outcomes for the 50 technical, vocational and education training colleges, which is your TVETs. And then the third part of the presentation will then cover the audit outcomes for the 26 universities. And then we will cover the audit outcomes lastly for the CET colleges, which is your community education and training colleges. Just to take note on this particular slide is that your universities and your CET colleges are namely what we call our Section 4.3 auditees in terms of as they are audited by the private audit firms in terms of the provisions of the Public Audit Act. So those institutions' audit outcomes would be audited by the private sector. Chair, maybe just to reflect and take us back to what we would have recommended to the committee in the prior year. We would have made recommendations in for the department as well as the CETAs. And in that, Chair, we had recommended that the department itself reconsider or assess the manner in which the sector itself is coordinated. And what we mean by that is that one would understand that the higher education and training sector is quite a huge sector with 113 institutions, like I mentioned. So it's quite important that the department itself ensures that there is proper coordination within the sector so that we are planning accordingly and also implementing. And at the end of the day, when we are reporting on that which we were meant to achieve in terms of the MTDP, we are able then to see that synergy in terms of the institutions and the operations of the institutions within the sector. The second element we would have spoken to is around the coordinations, in particular in the CETAs themselves. And you recall that last year there was a CETA Skills Summit that was convened, in which amongst others would have been the issue around ensuring that there is an integrated learner management system, which is a project led by MICT. And we had recommended that the department as well as the committee pays particular attention to ensuring that there is the development and implementation of the system in the sector. And therefore, we are reporting back and indicating that as much as the project itself is in progress, there is room for the department to play a role in ensuring that there is buy-in within the sector itself. And what we mean by that is that we're at a point where the implementation of the integrated learner management system is meant to assist us in making sure that we do not have CETAs operating in silos and also then having their own systems, in IT systems, in order to deal with the inefficiencies that we are picking up, which we'll also allude to a bit later on. Therefore, it's quite important that the department as well make sure that there is that buy-in from the CETAs in as far as participating in and making sure that there's progress and eventually deployment of that particular system within the sector. In as far as the TVET colleges are concerned, we had recommended to the committee that we ensure that the recommendations of the quality assurance bodies themselves are considered in as far as curriculum development is concerned within the TVET colleges space, and that would ensure that the curriculum offering of those TVET colleges also then addresses the issue around the skills in high demand. And what we're seeing is that there is still a need to intensify efforts within this space, and therefore we hope that the activities that the department will plan for the coming years will therefore address the issues around narrowing the gap in as far as skills gap is concerned. And as far as the universities, we had recommended in the prior year that there be clear timelines in terms of the submission of annual financial statements. We are encouraged that the department in the current year did issue a formal directive. So all universities will be submitting annual financial statements at the end of 30th April of each year. So we are encouraged by the issuing of that formal directive. We'll then ensure that there is some form of uniformity within the sector itself in as far as the submission of annual financial statements is concerned. Quality assurance bodies, I've spoken to the issue around the coordination and also using the work of the quality assurance bodies in as far as influencing the curriculum focus for TVET colleges, but equally so what we had recommended is to ensure that given that we have only the 3 quality assurance bodies servicing the sector in itself, it is quite important that we keep a close eye in terms of capacitation and resourcing of those quality assurance bodies to make sure that they are able to respond and service the sector, given also the context around the government gazette that was signed off in 2020. to also phase out the pre-2009 qualifications. Therefore, it will be quite important that the quality assurance bodies are also on board and well-resourced and capacitated to be able to support the department in that process. In as far as this National Student Financial Aid Scheme is concerned, Chair, we had brought to the committee to review both the operational and the funding models of NSFAS. We do take note that there is an indicator within the MTDP that caters for this particular recommendation. However, for the purposes of today's discussion, Chair, we will not be giving feedback in as far as implementation of that particular resolution. As you will note that as I go through the presentation, that audit is currently underway. Therefore, there will be another engagement in as far as NSFAS activities are concerned. So I'll start off with the first segment of the presentation, Chair, where we will deal with 28 institutions. This would be the department, the audit outcomes for the Department of Higher Education, National Skills Fund, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, the 21 seaters, and the 3 quality assurance bodies. So you will note, Chair, in as far as the submission of financial statements is concerned, there was a regression from a 96% to 93% in the current year. And the late submissions was due to Mersita and NSFAS that submitted their financial statements late. However, Mersita's audit outcomes are included in the feedback that we'll be providing to the committee because that audit was signed off. And then in as far as NSFAS is concerned, like I indicated, that audit is still underway as a result of the late submission of the financial statements. Chair, if one then looks at the audit outcomes on slide 9 in relation to these particular entities, you will see that we do have a form of a stagnation in terms of the overall audit outcomes. And what that indicates to us is that there is a lack of preventative controls in addressing existing inefficiencies. Particularly if one looks at the seaters themselves, we're still seeing the lack of coordination between your finance and your project management units. And what we mean by that, which I'll further unpack in the next slide, is that if you look at the qualification areas, particularly for the seaters, you will note that in majority of them, it's around the discretionary grants, expenditure, payables, accruals, or commitments, which is the core of what they spend in relation to their service delivery mandate. So we are seeing that affecting the credibility of the financial reporting processes because the people that, or the officials rather, that are working within the project management unit are responsible for, one, assessing the status of the learning interventions on the ground that would then inform how finance would then need to prepare the set of annual financial statements in as far as credible financial reporting. If one then also looks at the qualification band, you will see that there is a slight increase in terms of the number of qualifications, with 29% in the previous year compared to 32% in the current year. So we are also just seeing a bit of a regression in terms of the number of qualifications. And again, that speaks to the, if one looks at the coordination around the department itself, which we'll also touch on when we speak about the performance management, is that when you look at how the department's performance information, although the department still has an unqualified with finding, their material findings relate mainly to the performance area. And again, it speaks to the oversight role, which we'll further unpack as we go through the presentation and how it's impacting on the audit outcomes of these institutions that we are seeing within the sector. Chair, if you allow me then to further unpack the our reflections on the quality of financial statements, you will note that if one reflects on the financial management controls, you will see that in as far as the controls around proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting and review and monitoring compliance, that we still have a number of institutions that are either sitting in the concerning or the poor category. And what this indicates, and reflecting on the audit outcomes of this sector, is that there is still room for improvement in as far as the audit outcomes are concerned. And these are the controls that need to be dealt with and addressed in the audit action plans in order for us to see some form of enhanced performance within the sector. If one looks at the quality of the financial statements and you focus on the bar graph in relation to the 24-25, you will see that 13 entities actually were able to submit credible, which is good quality set financial statements as at the 31st of May 2025. However, if you look at the number, it actually increases to a number of 18 post the audit process. And what this then indicates is that we do have entities within this sector that are actually reliant on the audit process to identify material errors or omissions in the financial statements that are then corrected through the audit process, and eventually for them to be able to produce credible financial statements that are then included in their annual report. It would have been through the process of adjustment during the audit process. And if one then looks at the main qualification areas, without going through all of the items, you will see that primarily if you speak about the SETAs, we have qualification areas the qualification areas mainly are with discretionary grants expenditures. Our payables from non-exchange will also then speak to the payable element of those discretionary grants. Again, you look at discretionary grant commitments and the provisions. So all these relate to expenditure in relation to majority of where the money of the SETAs is actually concentrated. If one then reflects on what are the contributions, or what is it that the key role players within the accountability ecosystem for these particular entities are not doing, is that from a senior management perspective, what we are seeing is that there isn't adequate financial discipline. And what we mean by that is that there isn't a consistent implementation of review activities or control activities. We speak to one, either ensuring that there's consistently reviews and reconciliation of transactions, and making sure that these are consistently performed throughout the year, which will ensure that there's effectiveness in terms of the processes that we implement, and not necessarily seeing them come through only at a point when we are preparing financial statements for submission for audit. And again, that would also then speak to the role and contribution of the internal audit units, as well as the audit committees, and as far as them providing also their input in as far as the review processes around the financial statements. But again, when we speak about the internal audit and audit committees, there's a particular slide where we'll then unpack what is the impact and how the entity's information actually affects the role of the audit committees and internal audits. Chair, in terms of the root causes, I've spoken to the lack of coordination between the finance and operations unit. But again, let's also highlight the issue around the poor payment practices in the disbursement of discretionary grants. Again, this speaks to the core of what the SETAs are responsible for. And if there's poor payment practices as well as weaknesses within the processes of financial management, it then does contribute towards the outcome or the negative effect in terms of the credibility of the financial statements. If we would then go to the second area, which is performance planning and reporting for service delivery, again, you will see that a large number of the entities are actually sitting within the concerning and poor category. And the reason for that is that you will note that for some of the entities, for about 10 of them, they actually had material findings in as far as the annual performance report is concerned. If one reflects then on the bar graph on the quality of performance report, you will see that 10 institutions were actually able to submit credible annual performance reports as at the 31st of May 2025. However, the number increased then to a number of 17, meaning that there are those that were able to produce a credible set of annual performance report that was included in the annual report of those institutions. However, there were material adjustments and the entities needed to actually make corrections or adjustments to the financial statements through the audit process. The material findings that we're identifying particularly speak to, one, the issue of the reported achievements not being reliable and not being verifiable. And in some instances, what this then speaks to is the lack of supporting evidence to support the reported achievements in the annual performance report of the SETAs. In some institutions, what we identified, particularly in SETA and MIC, was the exclusion of indicators that measure performance for core mandated functions. And what this means is that you will find an instance where, for example, within the SETAs, they are responsible for implementing learning interventions. They will have indicators that will measure the enrollment of those learners and to participate in those learning interventions. However, the corresponding completion indicators are therefore excluded in the annual performance report, which would then mean that we are not able then to effectively assess the performance of a SETA in that particular instance, as the corresponding or the completion indicators are not measured to ensure whether or not learners would have gone through the entire process of actually completing those learning interventions. In some instances, we would have noted that on the annual performance report, the reasons for the variances are also not supported. And also for DHEAD in particular, we would have had issues around the underlying records or the underlying listings that are meant to be supporting the reported achievements, and those were not provided as part of the audit process, and that would speak to the material findings that we have communicated to the department. And if one then just slightly reflects on the root causes and what contributes to the lack of credibility in terms of the annual performance report, it's poor record keeping. In most instances, auditors are not provided with the underlying records to support that which the department or institution would have reported as an achievement in their annual performance report. And again, that would reflect on why we need to ensure that there is a consistent implementation of disciplines around consistency in the review and monitoring activities of those institutions, and that will speak to making sure that on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, depending on how the policies of that institution are defined, that there is that identification of either errors or omissions in the annual performance report on time so that they are corrected before we actually submit the annual performance report for audit. Again, reflecting on the key role players and what they are going to be doing, we are seeing that in this instance, senior management as well is not implementing adequate internal review processes throughout the year to ensure that when they do provide that set of the annual performance report on the 31st of May, that it is accurate, it is valid, and it can be supported by reliable and sufficient audit evidence. Again, the review processes are quite critical, and those need to be done throughout the year to ensure that the audit committees and the internal audit findings are also then responded to and implemented by the institution to take corrective action. And as far as the last element for compliance with key legislation, Chair, you will see that we focus on the areas of procurement and contract management, quality of financial statement, prevention of irregular, unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as effecting consequences. And in the context of the audit outcomes that we have seen, you will see that a large concentration of the auditees are actually falling within the category of not providing quality financial statements, meaning that if you go to the audit reports of those particular institutions, you will see that they have a non-compliance in as far as submitting credible financial statements, meaning that there is no material errors or omissions that are identified during the audit process. However, in most of those institutions, which are also then sitting in the category of your unqualified with findings, you will note that for them to be able to obtain that audit opinion, they were actually material misstatements or adjustments that were identified and processed and corrected through the audit process. If then one looks at the compliance rate then for these institutions, 56% of them actually had material non-compliance findings in the current year. And what is the impact of this? If one looks at the material misstatements and the limitations in submitting credible financial statements, this then does limit or undermine the credibility at which users or decision makers can use those financial statements to then make decisions within those institutions. Again, if one then reflects on the issue around the prevention of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it therefore has an impact in the sense that it may result in non-compliance with the PFMA prescript, also in some instances resulting in financial losses, which will also then indicate when we go through the slides on the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as speak to the material irregularities that we identified in the sector. Again, if one looks at the issue of failing to investigating as far as taking disciplinary action for non-compliances identified on irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this weakens the accountability and allows for poor financial practices to continue. And the reason why we say that, and further on as we go through the presentation, you will see that there's instances where there's a lot of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is still classified as under investigation for most of the institutions within the sector, which is never investigated for an extended period of time. If I then go to the next slide, which speaks to the weaknesses in the procurement and contract management, the nature of the findings that we're identifying, the two entities that had actually material non-compliance in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned is Transport SETA and Construction SETA in relation to uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, but there were other entities that also then had findings in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned. And the ones that we are highlighting on this particular side speak to the issue around, one, either not following a competitive bidding process where it should have been followed, Secondly, where we finding instances where the minimum number of quotations that were required to be obtained were also not obtained, and leading to instances where deviations are therefore not supported. And all these processes are prescribed in terms of the National Treasury regulations, as one needs to meet the criteria or definition in as far as following a process of deviation. You need to demonstrate certain principles when you're not then applying a competitive bidding process, which was not provided as evidence to the auditors, and therefore the non-compliance findings were reported. And the impact of not following these processes is that it does compromise the transparency and credibility of the procurement process itself. And in some instances, what it then does lead to is that we had identified that there was, for example, the deliberate splitting of procurement to bypass compliance requirement, which also then compromises on the principle of transparency and fairness, as some providers may have been disadvantaged. So this is the implication of not adequately being able to support the processes that we may have applied in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned. If we then go to the next slide, you will see that the annual irregular expenditure actually decreased in comparison to the prior year. And on the right-hand side, we are actually indicating the top contributors of that irregular expenditure of 175 million for the 24-25 financial year, being services CETA, National Skills Fund, as well as the ETDP. And when you look at the nature of the irregular expenditure that we identified, it was instances, for example, non-compliance with supply chain management prescript, which I've spoken to in the previous slide. And in as far as the CETAs themselves, one would know that the CETAs are regulated by the CETA grant regulations, and there are certain limits or thresholds in as far as expenditure that they can incur, in as far as project admin costs, as well as those that they can spend on administration costs, which is your normal administration costs in relation to your normal ordinary services of running the institution or operations of the institution. So we did identify instances where some of the CETAs, which is your services CETA and LG CETA, that did not either comply with the threshold set of 7.5 on your project administration cost, as well as exceeding either the administration cost threshold of 10.5 as set out in the CETA grant regulations. Again, as services CETA, what we then identified is that the process for awarding of those grants did not carry the principles of transparency, openness, access, and fairness, as the CETAs themselves, in terms of the CETA grant regulations, would dictate that they set a policy in which they define how they would then be dispersing or allocating the discretionary grants, and therefore eventually award those contracts to those particular service providers. If one then goes to the next slide, which is slide 15, we're looking at the risk of consequence management and not dealing with irregular expenditure. If one looks at the balance of irregular expenditure for the 2023 financial year, 2024 was sitting at 12.5 million, and then if you look at the current year, we're sitting at 3.7 billion. So, Chair, what this slide then reflects is that when you look at institutions like your National Skills Fund, we still have matters around irregular expenditure that are still not investigated and are still either in progress. Therefore, it's quite important that when we look at the balance of irregular expenditure, we also, as a focus, zoom into the issue of consequence management and making sure that there is particular attention and focus in dealing with these irregular expenditure, closing off the investigations, and sanctioning the necessary or rather communicating the sanctions for those that are found guilty in resulting in the non-compliance with the irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. So this slide, Chair, just mainly depicts those that are not actually dealing with the irregular expenditure as we would have reported it. If then one looks at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified amounted to 87 million, with your top contributor being the LG CETA. And the nature of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we identified relates to instances where payments were made to service providers who failed to deliver services as per the agreed funding agreement with the various institutions. And in some instances, for example, in Bank CETA, where stipends were not paid to learners by the service providers and the bank payment fraud that was identified. And then in the National Skills Fund, it was in relation to the overpayment to the skills development providers. So again, we are flagging this as in some instances, what we had identified, and when we also then go to the material irregularities, which we will speak to, is that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure actually leads to financial losses and instances where money could have been channeled differently and used to support the skills or the learning interventions for other learners to participate and benefit from. In dealing with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, again, we are seeing that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is also not being addressed, is not being dealt with, and the top contributors, again, would be your LG CETA in this instance, where their fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 136 million was not attended to. So it's quite important that we also make sure that there are processes implemented to make sure that we deal with the issues around fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, in taking that in context and the numbers that we are seeing in as far as the balance of irregular expenditure and the annual irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been communicated, one would note that in the annual reports, the entities actually report on irregular and fruitless and expenditure under investigation. And what that means is that they're not necessarily disclosing this irregular expenditure in the financial statements, citing that there are, for example, in some instances, there's still matters that are being looked into. And what we've also identified is that in some instances, there are those that are actually disputing the non-compliances and therefore using that opportunity to disclose the irregular expenditure and fruitless wasteful expenditure and the annual reports as under investigation and leaving it there for extended periods without it being attended to. And what we're asking is that there needs to be a clear and deliberate attempt to ensure that there is timeous investigation of this irregular and fruitless so that the matters are properly attended to and that where sanctions need to be issued, they are issued for those that are responsible for contributing towards the non-compliances that have resulted in irregular and wasteful expenditure. And Chair, we are hoping that there will be a strong focus in as far as institutions that are disclosing this irregular and fruitless in the annual reports. Again, if one then reflects on the CETA's insights in as far as financial viability is concerned, Chair, we have taken note that it is quite important for the post-school education and training system, which aims to enhance access to higher education and skills training, that it focuses on inclusivity and relevance to the job market. And if one looks at the financial status of the CETAs and the unspent cash surpluses that the CETAs have, they're quite high. And what that then speaks to is whether or not we are actually spending according to what our mandate is, because the CETAs are meant to be implementing initiatives that speaks to skills development, and therefore they need to ensure that they are spending the money in the projects that are meant to drive skills development within the sector. And what we're also then seeing is that with these high uncashed surpluses is that it then takes time to then implement on some of these projects or initiatives that the CETAs are meant to be implementing on. Where are we seeing opportunities, Chair? With these challenges that we're highlighting, it is quite important that the funds that are allocated to the CETAs themselves are key drivers in equipping citizens with the skills needed to succeed in a modern and evolving economy. And what we mean by that is that there needs to be ensured that there is spending in the right places by the CETAs by advancing these projects and making sure that the spending is aligned and is planned for accordingly. And if one speaks about the coordination that we're reflecting on a bit earlier, it's quite important that when we set targets for our sector as well, even from a department perspective, that the CETA's targets are also reflective of the budgets that they have available. So they're able to spend accordingly and ensure that they drive the interventions that speak to skills development. So, Chair, a thorough review of the CETA's operational frameworks and funding mechanisms will be quite important to ensure that funds are channeled in the right direction and also effectively spent. Again, streamlining the processes for accessing training funding will ensure that we also then support and reach areas with the greatest skills development needs, which is the core of which for which the CETAs actually exist. Funding should also be directed towards programs that effectively address the skills gap and demonstrate measurable impact. Again, later on, we'll speak about the effectiveness of the learning interventions of the CETAs. Again, taking into account what we would have discussed in the financial viability, it's quite important that we reflect on it as well. Strengthening collaboration between the CETAs and industry stakeholders and training providers will also then help align initiatives with the market needs and make sure that the CETAs funds are focused and channeled in the right direction. If one then looks at the analysis that we also did in terms of utilization of discretionary grants, the point to take from this particular slide is that the SETAs, in terms of their budget allocation, will focus on what we deem to be pivotal programs and non-pivotal programs. The pivotal programs are the ones that are meant to assist the learners ultimately to achieve their qualifications. And if one analyzes the financial statements of the SETAs, you'll see that 91% of the discretionary grants is actually spent on pivotal programs, which is encouraging. However, one needs to take it as well and reflect in the context of whether or not we are seeing the impact that we need to feel on the ground in as far as spending on the discretionary grants themselves. And therefore, again, reflecting on this particular slide, when we get to the issue around the effectiveness of the learning interventions, it's quite important that we remember these numbers as well. Chair, if you allow me then to just spend a bit of time in terms of the key findings on IT environment. We are particularly concerned in as far as the department is concerned. The systems of the department remain quite vulnerable. If one reflects even as, on the TVET mess itself, which is the system that is meant to assist the TVET sector to report, that system has not been functional since 2022. It's not only the TVET system that is not functional with the department, it's the same across the others. I'm just highlighting the TVET one because it hasn't been operational since 2022. And what that then means is that the sector, which is meant to actually report on 50 TVET colleges, is not able to follow a process of actually providing credible reporting at a click of a button. They are actually heavily reliant on manual processes. And this speaks to why we're seeing so much of the material findings within the department over and above the assessment that we would have performed, which I'll speak to. But again, the vulnerabilities in the IT environment themselves compromise credible reporting in as far as performance information is concerned. And we are highlighting it so that it's something that is a priority that is dealt with, because for us to be able to see some form of change in the terms of performance within the sector, the IT systems as well need to function. The IT systems need to work. The IT system need to enable for officials to be able to execute on their responsibilities rather, and ensure that when we do receive the annual performance report of the department, we know that the numbers are credible and can be relied upon. The root causes, again, Chair, the vacancies within the department are also quite concerning. One would know that the CFO position of the department has been vacant for a number of years now. It hasn't been filled. Again, if you look at the vacancies within the ICT unit itself, they've been vacant for quite some time. So again, even if we work on the systems of the department, it will be important that we also then capacitate the unit so that when we do address the issues around the system challenges, we also do have the human resource and capacity to then deal with the issues around the IT challenges that we may have in the department. So we are bringing it to the attention of the committee, and we're hoping it's something that will be prioritized and given the necessary attention. Chair, if one looks at governance and institutional capabilities, we are still worried about the issue of the SETAs operating without appointed boards. This year was quite peculiar in the sense that the experience from when the board's terms ended on the 31st of March 2025 brought in an era where the CEOs themselves were now acting accounting authorities. So meaning that you had the CEOs of the SETAs who were actually the decision makers within the institution playing oversight on the decisions that they are making within the institutions. So again, we are bringing that from a governance perspective and hoping that we will see some form of traction in terms of finalizing the process for the appointment of the boards within the SETAs in order to ensure that there is, we close on the vacuum in terms of the governance within the sector. In as far as audit committees and internal audit is concerned, we did note delays in implementation of internal audit recommendations at most of the entities, which reflects a stagnation in the audit outcomes. And what we're seeing is that from the institution's perspective, there's a slow progress in as far as implementing internal audit recommendations. There's also a lack of credibility of documents submitted to audit committees. And this can be taken in the context and reflected as well in the context of the audit outcomes and the financial statements, as well as the annual performance report. You remember that your oversight committees, like your audit committees, they are reliant on the information that is submitted to them by the institutions for them to be able to advise accordingly and make sure that there is some form of traction in as far as implementation of corrective actions and improving the internal control environment within the institutions. For the SETAs, the absence of the boards, like I've indicated, have also posed a different challenge for the audit committees as well, as in the same way as, like I said, the CEOs are the decision makers, and now the audit committees, which is normally which is actually a subcommittee of your boards, are now equally now actually reporting to the AA, which in this case would be the same CEO who is the decision maker within the institution. So it did also create that conflict in as far as governance is concerned. Chair, if we go then to the service delivery segment, you will see that in terms of the NTDP, the portfolio has key targets in as far as university enrollments, the TVET college enrollments, the CET enrollments, student funding in as far as NSFAS is concerned, and artisan production. However, if one then reflects on the bar and reflects on what the achievements were for the 24-25 financial year, you will see for the department, in as far as the selected programs that we would have audited, there was a 51% of the targets that were not achieved. And if one focuses on those targets that were not achieved, also taking into account the SETAs and the other entities, you could see they have a higher achievement rate, but we need to talk about the impact. And if one looks at the targets that were not achieved at the department, they actually speak to the core of the skills development and training. It also speaks to the core of what the department itself, in terms of its mandate, needs to be implementing in as far as infrastructure project is concerned as well, which we'll also reflect on as part of the presentation. And it's quite important that even when we look at the overall presentations, as the entities will be coming and presenting to the portfolio committee around institutional performance, that we actually zoom into the indicators that are not actually achieved. And I think there lies the answer in unlocking whether or not there is impact in the sector. Because in most of the targets or indicators that are not achieved, those are the indicators that actually speak to the core service delivery mandate of those institutions. And therefore, it's quite important that we reflect on those, and we urge the committee to zoom in particularly on those. Even though you may have an 80% overall achievement, that 20% may be talking to what actually is the core of why those institutions actually exist in order to serve the citizens of the country. Chair, I'll spend a lot of time on this particular slide because it actually speaks to the core mandate of the department. And if one reflects on the core mandate of the department and reflects on what we hope to see change in the system for us to realize the aspirations of the post-school education and training sector, it speaks to the department repositioning itself. And I think we spoke to that a bit earlier. The department needs to take a strategic role and lead the sector. And for us to be able to start that conversation and understand how the department should actually go through that process, what we did in the current year is that we actually looked at analyzing, one, the department's role in the higher education sector, particularly with a focus on whether it is effectively fulfilling its responsibility to lead, coordinate, and support the institutions. And I'll give you a practical example as I go through what I found. The assessment which we performed aimed to determine if the department is playing its part in strengthening governance and ensuring accountability and enabling improved access and quality and equity across the PSET sector. That statement is loaded, but what it typically means is that the department in itself, within its strategic planning documents, needs to ensure that its role is clearly defined. What we found when we reviewed the annual performance plan of the department is that the indicators that are included in the annual performance plan of the department, one, do not align or speak to the core activities of what the department needs to be doing. If you go to the various programs within the department's annual performance plan, the department has 6 programs. Program 2 speaks to planning, strategy, and coordination. Program 3 speaks to universities. If you speak to universities, what you find in the APP is that only a number of 6 actually speak to what the department needs to be doing. But if you look at the remaining indicators, which was like 20 indicators, they actually speak to what the institutions or the universities themselves are actually doing. So again, it speaks to the question around what role is the department then playing to support performance of universities within that sector. If one looks at Program 4, which is your TVET colleges, what we found is that of the 22 indicators, only 4 spoke to what the department needs to do. The rest of the 22 is input from what the TVET colleges themselves would actually be doing in terms of the work on the ground. If you look at program 5, which is your skills development, that speaks to only one indicator in that particular program actually spoke to what the department's role is and as far as skills development is concerned. And the other 10 which speaks to the numbers that are being reported by the SETAs themselves, which you would basically be able to identify from the annual reports of the SETAs themselves. CET College, you found that 2 only speak to the department and only 7 actually speak to what the institutions are doing. I'm giving the numbers, Chair, so that we can bring context to what we mean when we say the APP of the department needs to be one that reflects the activities and the role of the department in as far as their performance and what they need to be doing in the department. And again, I think what then remains critical is that as we go through this process of reflecting and refining the APP of the department, that we are clear about what is the department going to do, how are we then going to measure them, so that at the end of the day, when we speak about sector performance, we are able to isolate the department's performance and the performance of the sector institutions, meaning the SETAs, the TVETs, which you can currently do from the individual annual reports of the SETAs. And again, Chair, and I think that the key thing is that what became very apparent with the disconnect is that you can see then from a policy leadership perspective, from a sector planning and funding coordination perspective, from an institutional governance perspective and monitoring and evaluation, that the department is then found wanting. And it's therefore quite important that as we have obtained commitment, I think we've discussed these issues with the department, their understanding of what needs to be done. There is a commitment to look at it, to interrogate the annual performance plan of the department, but we are hoping that also from a committee perspective, you will keep a close eye on that, because there lies an opportunity for us to unlock the sector and make sure that we influence the department to be able to plan strategically and understand that it is the department that needs to take the lead for us to see a change in this sector and for us to realize the aspirations of what we want to see happening in as far as post-school education and training system is concerned. Chair, if one then looks at the infrastructure delivery and maintenance, again, the department will have indicators that speak to the construction of student accommodation, the construction of TVET campuses, and what we found from the delays and the cost overruns is, and what I would like to rather emphasize on, is around the impact. And as far as Sefako Makgatu student accommodation is concerned, that project was delayed for some time, with cost escalations that could have been avoided, and as a result of deficiencies in the project management processes, is that students are then left to seek alternative costly accommodation, because the longer we delay in implementing some of these projects, it does have a direct impact on the learners that are dependent on receiving this service from the universities themselves. Again, if you look at the expansions in terms of the TVET campus, for example, the Khersiban, these are normally your units or buildings that are built so that there is practical training within those units. And delays in such project then does implement in as far as learning is concerned for learners to obtain that practical training on the ground. And therefore we're emphasizing this so that there is a close monitoring in as far as not necessarily managing only the project management deficiencies, but also considering the impact these delays do have in as far as service delivery is concerned. And we're hoping that from a committee perspective as well, when we do interrogate or invite the entities and discuss the delays around the project implementations, let's also have a conversation around what is the impact and what are we doing then to address these delays and make sure that projects are concluded on time. In as far as the insights are concerned for the mandatory grants, so the SETA regulations will require that 20% of the mandatory grants be offered to employers as a grant to support initiatives around skilling of employees rather within their employment. And normally your employers would then submit a work skills plan as well as an annual training plan in order to access this grant. And where we are seeing opportunities, Chair, is that there needs to be a simplification of the process, particularly for the SMEs, in as far as when they are applying as the SETAs themselves, and a targeted initiative to support those SMEs. And the reason why we say that is that there is an opportunity for us to make sure that employees that are working within those institutions also take advantage of this grant and also capacitated in as far as the sectors in which they operate. And secondly, there's also an opportunity for us to make sure that there is some form of integration between the SETAs themselves, as well as the department, as well as the systems of SARS, in order to make sure that they reduce delays in approving these grants, because these grants are actually critical in making sure that the current workforce within all the employers that contribute for the skills development levy are actually properly capacitated through the plans, the training plans, and the work skills plans initiatives that the employer may want to implement within their space. If one looks at the risk and the weaknesses, taking into account everything that we've discussed on the SETA financial viability, on the left, we are reflecting on the institutions that reported deficits, and depicted on the slide is just the top contributors in as far as the entities that reported deficit. And the reason why we're bringing it to the committee is that in as far as the entities that may come and appear to the entities, for those that are reporting deficits in their financial statements, it's quite important that we interrogate that and we have a discussion around that, because that will speak to poor financial management within those institutions. And what it then means is that it might negatively, in the long run, also then have an impact on sustainability of those institutions, as well as the service delivery capacity of those institutions. So it's quite important that we also keep an eye on that, and also ensure that there are corrective measures to restore the financial stability within those institutions. Chair, again, we continued with the data analytics in the current year. We are seeing the SETA starting to respond to our recommendations. But what we found, which is depicted in the red block on the slide as well, is that we are still seeing those duplications within the sector. We're still seeing a lot of learners that are just repeatedly being found in various SETAs. We are identifying that there are certain SETAs that also paid towards deceased learners. We also identified that there are certain SETAs where the payments were made to learners that are above a certain age of 65, and again we're encouraging the focus around youth. And then again we did identify instances where we identified learners with invalid ID numbers. And again, what that speaks to is that what we are seeing as an opportunity, again we are emphasizing, Chair, is that there needs to be some form of integration and synergy between the institutions of government, meaning that between the SETAs themselves, as well as the Department of Home Affairs, for example, and NSFAS links, there needs to be some form of verifications when we are funding these learners, to ensure that we validate some of the way we are channeling our resources. Again, we need to ensure that we strengthen the data governance and oversight on reporting. It's quite important that from a SETA's perspective, and we're hoping that the integrated learner management system will help us to deal with these inefficiencies at some point, because if we have one system that is able to manage the funding of the SETAs as a sector, some of these duplications and some of these inefficiencies that we're seeing in the allocation of resources may be eliminated, and we're hoping that it's something that can be emphasized and taken into consideration for acceleration and implementation. Chair, in as far as the effectiveness of learning interventions, so if one reflects on the core mandate of the SETAs are meant to implement learning interventions, which means that you provide an opportunities for learners to go on training. What we found in the current financial year is that there were instances where learners did not receive the required certification. And what happens is that some learners will participate in a learning intervention. A service provider would be paid money by the SETA. The service provider would either cancel the contract, or rather not even implement those learning interventions, leaving the learners stranded without any certification for whatever training that should have been taking place. And in some instances, what we also then identified were service providers were paid in full but failed to complete those training interventions. Again, that speaks to instances where these service providers, for example, are paid a tranche one, or we refer to tranches in terms of the SETA's contract arrangements. Tranche one would typically say that, service provider, I'm giving you a contract of, for example, 10 million rands. As part of your tranche 1 payment, I will give you 2 million rands if you go and source the learners. You give me a copy of IDs, a learner listing, and you'll get the 2 million rand. The service provider never returns to even complete the training, therefore meaning that learners in that particular intervention never get exposed to any form of training. And therefore, these are the challenges that we have identified and observed in as far as how the CETAs are also then managing these projects. What we have noted is that their business processes in as far as monitoring and quality assurance processes are clearly articulated. However, the effectiveness of the monitoring is what then still remains a concern. And I'll give you an example. The CETAs would go and, as part of their monitoring activities, on a quarterly basis, visit certain projects. When they visit certain projects, they come back and produce a monitoring site report. That monitoring site report will indicate, one, the challenges that the learners may have communicated on a particular project, together with some of the project managers that are responsible for managing those projects. However, when we go for project visits and we actually unpack some of these issues, you find that that monitoring report is available to the CETA, but the challenges are actually not addressed. And some of the challenges would speak to, for example, irrelevant workplace experience. You find the CETA has contracted a service provider, for example, to expose learners to supply chain management practices. However, when you go on the ground, these learners are either, one, handing out flyers for some of the employers, or they are placed in host employers where they're actually packing groceries for customers in a retail store. So unfortunately, that is not the reality of what we hope to achieve in implementing these learning interventions. And we're hoping that the CETAs themselves will start to reflect on the monitoring and quality processes that they have clearly defined, but however not effective in terms of implementation, because these are the realities that we have observed on the ground, and we're hoping that through the process of them reflecting on the quality and management processes, that we'll start seeing some form of change, because the learners on the ground and the experience of the learners is quite disheartening in as far as, one, not achieving that, not being given their certifications to be able to give them an opportunity to participate in the workplace, or secondly, giving them that opportunity to actually be skilled, because them participating in that intervention and being provided with the training will ensure that they actually get the necessary exposure. And therefore, it's quite important for us to reflect on these processes. And what we need to ensure is that from a CETA management perspective themselves, the senior management, they need to ensure that there is proper monitoring and that there is proper compensation that is paid out to the learners, and that the learner challenges in as far as them not receiving, for example, in some instances where service providers are paid over money and not receiving their stipends, that those issues are actually addressed so that the learners can also then benefit and have a positive experience in as far as their exposure and being upskilled in as far as participating in the CETA project. The root causes and the recommendations in as far as the audit outcomes are concerned, as well as the issues around the insights that we have shared. From a department, what we're recommending to the DG and DDGs is to address the issue around the misalignment of the strategic objectives of the department, to ensure that there is a proper measurement tool within the APP framework itself of measuring the department's performance in as far as service delivery is concerned. What we are then recommending to the accounting authorities of the CETAs is to reflect on the structure of the current contract of the CETAs, which currently exposes the entities to financial risk, as I've alluded to the issue and the example around where training providers are paid the tranche 1 payment and ultimately cancel the contracts, and there's no consequences for non-implementation of the learning intervention. Again, we are then recommended to the accounting authorities that they be monitoring and oversight in as far as projects allocated by the CETAs to ensure effectiveness of those learning interventions. Chair, if we then go to the second segment of the presentation, which would cover the audit outcomes for the TVET colleges, on the slide you will see that we do have an improvement in as far as the submission rate of annual financial statements for the TVET colleges, which improved from 94% to 98% in the current year. However, Coastal TVET College remains a repeat offender. They submitted the financial statements late for the financial year ending 31 December 2023 late. They submitted it in February of 2025, and that audit was finalized in May of the current year. However, in as far as the audit related to the financial year ending for 31 December 2024, those financial statements were submitted on the 31st of August, and that audit is currently still in progress. So it's not included as part of the outcomes for what we're sharing with the committee today. And as far as the message on the audit outcomes of the CETA, we are encouraged. We are seeing an improvement in as far as the audit outcomes of the TVET colleges are concerned. You will see that there has been an increase in the number of clean audits from 10% to 24% of the colleges actually obtaining a clean audit. And we are seeing a large concentration, though, of the TVET colleges obtaining 50% or being 50% obtaining unqualified with audit findings. And although we are encouraged by the improvement in terms of the overall audit outcome, we are also highlighting and placing emphasis on the need, especially for those colleges that lie in the category of unqualified with audit findings, to reflect on the internal control environment. The reason is that majority of them, which I'll also then speak to in the following slide, is that they actually have a material non-compliance in as far as the annual financial statements is concerned. And the reason for that is because they had material adjustments which they processed during the audit process. So meaning that it does indicate that there is a reliance on the audit process to identify errors or misstatements in the annual financial statements, and then for them to obtain the unqualified with audit opinion. We want to aspire and see a larger cohort actually moving towards a clean audit, where we're not seeing this reliance on the audit process to then correct the financial statements, for the institutions to be able to, at initial submission of those financial statements, submit a credible set of financial statements. And therefore, what we're recommending for the TVET colleges is that they need to just ensure that they further enhance and develop responsive action plans that will then address these root causes and make sure that they deal with the systemic weaknesses within the internal control environment. It is quite important as well that we make sure that we capacitate the finance departments within the colleges to ensure that we actually see a further improvement in terms of the financial or in terms of the audit outcomes. There is also a need for us to intensify efforts in strengthening financial disciplines, which would speak to what I was highlighting around the systematic internal control deficiencies that we're seeing within the financial statements issues. And accordingly, it will also be important that the internal audit and the audit committees, including the councils of these TVET colleges, are actually adequately capacitated to also carry out the oversight roles and ensure that everybody within the accountability ecosystem is well capacitated to make sure that they play their role and therefore influence a better outcome for the sector as well, and one that can be sustained into the future. If one then reflects on the detail of the controls around financial statements, you will see that it correlates with the audit outcomes. A large cohort of these TVET colleges are actually sitting with financial management controls that are either concerning or poor. So meaning that we do then need to reflect on the controls around proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting, and the review and monitoring of compliance. As a lot of these controls, if they are then addressed, they could then lead to better financial management disciplines and also result in the TVET colleges themselves being able to produce credible financial statements. If one then reflects on the quality of financial statements, again, you will see that only 28 of the TVET colleges were actually able to submit quality financial statements. And then if you contrast that to post the audit process, you will see the number increase, so meaning that a larger number also then were able to obtain, to submit or produce credible financial statements post the audit process. Again, reflecting on the key role players within the, or reflecting rather on the notable achievement of the sector which I've spoken to, again, we'll emphasize just the need to reflect on the financial disciplines and make sure that we improve the controls in order to sustain these audit outcomes. Senior management of the TVET colleges, we encourage them again to fully ensure there's preventative and detective controls in place to support credible financial reporting. And again, we need to then guard the over-reliance of the audit process to identify errors and omissions. This slide again gives you a summary of, you will see that in terms of the compliance focus areas for the TVET College, we look at the annual financial statement, asset management, consequence management, strategic planning and procurement and contract management. And if you just focus on the annual financial statements, you will see that majority of the TVET colleges are actually sitting in that category as they were not able to prepare financial statements according to the prescribed framework, which then required the material adjustments to be processed during the audit process for them to produce a credible set of financial statements. Chair, on this particular slide, what we are then seeing in terms of the TVET insights is that in terms of enrollments and the most favored enrolled courses for the past 3 years, it hasn't necessarily changed for the TVET colleges. We are still seeing high enrollment numbers in as far as engineering studies are concerned, public management, management assistance, and business management and electrical infrastructure construction. And these represent the highest funded courses by the NSS. But contrary to that, what we are bringing and we're hoping that is something that we will start gaining insights on and having conversations with the TVET colleges is around the impact that the TVET colleges are actually having in as far as the numbers that are coming through and training or learning through the TVET colleges. And what we did in the current year is that we took the data of the TVET colleges and we contrasted with the UIF data to get just an idea of where are these learners finding themselves? Are they actually participating in the economy? Understanding that those that will be registered with the UIF would be the contributors or the employers that are actually registered with the UIF. But however, it does give you an indication in as far as the low unemployment rate or participation of our TVET graduates actually participating within the economy, which gave us a percentage of around 73.5%. And we're urging that at least this is something that the department can start looking into and making sure that we start understanding where our learners going, where our learners placed after they've gone through the TVET learning program. Again, I spoke about the infrastructure development that is affecting the learning environment in as far as the TVET colleges is concerned, so I won't go in great detail about that. But again, what we're recommending based on the insights that we have obtained on the TVET colleges is that when we also speak about the curriculum expansion itself to include courses that respond to the critical skills list, it's quite important that we contrast these in high enrollment numbers in these particular fields against what the National Critical Skills List requires and what the priorities of the countries are in terms of the labor market needs in as far as skills are concerned. And there should be some form of correlation as we go into an era of also refining the curriculum focus for the TVET colleges themselves. The third segment will then cover the overall audit outcomes in as far as the universities are concerned. The submission rate remains stagnant at 85%, and the late submissions that we would have been from UNISA, MUT, TUT, as well as the University of Fort Hare. However, in as far as the outcomes that we are presenting, the only institution that remains outstanding would be for UNISA, as they have not yet submitted the annual financial statements for the 24 academic year. If one then reflects on the overall audit outcomes and the culture and what we're seeing from the audit outcomes of the universities, is that 58% of the universities actually obtain clean audit outcomes, reflecting an overall compliance with the financial reporting standards, whereas 35% of the universities actually obtain unqualified with findings, again similar to the messaging around the TVET colleges. This highlights weaknesses in the financial reporting processes, as we are also seeing that with the number of universities that are also then obtaining the unqualified with findings, there is material non-compliance in as far as the annual financial statements is concerned that was identified, which then indicates that there is a need for the sector to also then further reflect on the financial management disciplines within the sector. We are particularly concerned as well with the late submission of financial statements by UNISA, which we are hoping that in future they will catch up in terms of submission of the financial statements, so that we ensure that we support the oversight and accountability processes that need to unfold. If one then goes then to the audit outcomes on the community education and training colleges, we only are excluding one Western Cape CET college here, as that particular that particular institution rather had not submitted annual financial statements as at the 30th of September when we're preparing for appearance in the committee. So that audit has not yet commenced, and as far as Western Cape CET College is concerned. And then if you look at the audit outcomes, there are 6 CET colleges that obtain clean audits, and then we have 2 which is Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal CET College, that obtained qualified audit opinions. Chair, in as far as the material irregularities are concerned, allow me to go to slide 44. So slide 44 shows a summary of the material irregularities that we have identified in the sector. So there are 10 currently that are identified for the portfolio, one of which has been resolved in as far as the implementation of remedial actions by the accounting authority. We have 3 that relates to payments of goods and services that were either not received or not in line with the contractual arrangements with the institution. We have 6 where we identified inefficient use of resources, and 1 for suspected fraud. In total, the financial loss that may have been recovered or prevented or is being recovered with the material irregularities that we've reported amounts to 22 million. And if one analyzes the material irregularities, which I will provide in detail in the next slide, is that 5 of them actually, there were disciplinary processes which are completed or in progress. We have 1 where the matter has been referred to the Directorate for Crime Investigation in relation to fraud or criminal, which had criminal elements identified with it. Then we have 5 where responsible officials were identified and either disciplinary processes are also still in process, and then 4 internal controls are being improved. What we have observed in the current year, Chair, is that there are new material irregularities that we identified in as far as the CETAs are concerned, which mainly relate to instances where service providers that were either paid in full or part, but failed to complete the training interventions or deliver the ultimate proof of educational advancement to learners. And this would speak to the example that I alluded to a bit earlier around instances where service providers are paid for the first tranches or the second tranches, and they never actually implement the learning interventions, and those monies have been paid and not been recovered by the CETAs. Again, what we then identified and we're bringing to your attention, Chairs, particularly in relation to the slow progress in addressing the material irregularity identified at the National Skills Fund. That matter would have also been escalated to the committee in as far as remedial action that are being taken by the office. This was communicated in July of 2025. Chair, the next 2 slides will then deal with the detail. So for HWCTA and service, for HWCTA rather, and food bev, we did identify instances where, again, I said the employer was failed to pay learner stipends to learners. So in this instance, the arrangement is that the CETAs will pay over the fines to the skills development providers, and then have to pay over the stipends to the learners that are participating in those interventions. However, what we found is that the skills providers themselves did not pay over the stipends to the learners, and therefore we issued a material irregularity in those institutions. Services CETA, there were payments that were made toward the service provider. However, the ultimate deliverable and objective of the interventions, which is the certification of the learners, was not actually delivered by the CETA, and therefore we issued a material irregularity in that institution as well. For LG CETA as well, we identified instances where none of the learners that were trained or had received certification of the training, as those had not received certification of those training, as those contracts actually were cancelled after initial payment of the first tranche payment. In as far as progress for the material irregularities that we had previously reported to the committee, the matter in relation to Northern Cape Urban TVET College is still with the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, and the issues around the EWCTA MIs are still being followed up in as far as the corrective actions that the institution needs to take. And then I've already spoken to the NSF And the one on construction that I have not spoken to is in relation to the payments made for a project that did not yield the intended benefits, which also is still being assessed through the process. Chair, then it leads me towards the end of the presentation. These are just the key recommendations that we had made to the Executive Authority. In as far as the department is concerned, the CETAs, the quality assurance bodies, and the TVETs, we did have an engagement with the Executive Authority, where again we emphasize the need around ensuring the department takes it strategically and ensuring that the sector is well coordinated, which would mean that the universities, the TVET colleges, the CETAs, the quality assurance bodies are well integrated. Again, that the department monitor and report on the implementation of the revision to the strategic planning documents, which would mean the strategic plan as the annual performance plan of the department, focusing also on the issue around the critical IT system challenges as well as filling of critical vacancies within the department. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, we are urging that the Executive Authority expedite the process around the appointment of the CETA boards, also ensure that there is full implementation of the CETA's integrated learner management system, as well as monitor closely the utilization of the administration costs. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, like I spoke to earlier, there are certain limits and thresholds that are prescribed in the regulation, but it will be quite important that we ensure that we still focus a lot of the money or channel a lot of the funds of the CETAs themselves to core project expenditure, and also as well make sure that there is corrective action in addressing the material irregularities that have been identified in the sector. And as far as the quality assurance bodies are concerned, we are urging that the Executive Authority again also then monitors the implementation in relation to the phasing out of the pre-2009 qualifications under the Government Gazette that was issued in December, and ensure that the quality assurance bodies are on board and properly resourced and capacitated. Again, in as far as the TVET colleges, we are still emphasizing the need for the curriculum reform in terms of the TVET focus areas to align to the skills in high demand. And lastly, we are urging to the Honorable, to the committee to place a closer emphasis on the issues around that we have raised for the department. It is quite important, and we urge the committee itself to ensure that there is close monitoring and oversight over the coordination of the department leading the sector, also making sure that the department, through this process of revising the APP, emphasize the need for them to actually clearly articulate the role of the department and therefore be able to be monitored for its contribution and performance, and make sure that also the IT challenges as well as the vacancy issues is something that we urge the committee to keep a close eye on. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, Chair, we are also urging the committee to look at the governance issues around the CETAs, which for us is quite critical and important. And again, that will also deal with the issues around the material irregularities that we are reporting, that there is that corrective action. And again, for the quality assurance bodies, Chair, also we urge the committee and would like to ask the committee to also then just support the process around the qualification reform, in as far as the quality assurance bodies' readiness for us to be able to respond to the sector needs. And lastly, Chair, the TVET curriculum reform, we are also then recommending that the Chair also, through the members of the committee as well, keep a close eye in terms of the curriculum reform in as far as the TVET colleges are concerned. I will conclude my presentation here and hand back to the BE for closing remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Nana. Thank you, Chair. Allow me just to highlight a few things. I think just a context, UNISA did submit financial statements. That audit is still busy. The commitment for November is actually the annual report submission. So it's not the issue of the financial statement submission. It's late, the lateness thereof, right? But let me just highlight this, Chair. So there's a couple of things, right? So we said a mouthful, and one can believe that maybe let's close shop and move, but that's not what we are saying. There's a couple of good things that are coming up in the portfolio. The issue about higher education is that it's quite massive. I mean, you're sitting with 100 plus entities. The journey on the TVETs, we must never take it for granted. It may not look rosy and perfect, but we know where you come from. So it is important that we continue to steadily build on those wins and we make sure that we get where we want to get to. This is so far as financial management is concerned. you see that we are starting to put more emphasis on the curricular development. What is it that we want to put out there in the market out of the TVETs? And that's where our focus is as the AGSA, and that's where we are asking the Department of Higher Education to concentrate more. We are not taking for granted the capacity that is required in the finance section of the TVETs, because there's a dependency on the audit process. Yes, we support them in the sense that we'll allow them to pass corrections. It's not ideal, it's not sustainable, but we would want them to be able to move forward. But like I said, if you look at that journey from how it was in 2016 and now, you would see a couple of movements. It took long, but I think bottom line is that we're moving. The SETAs, we highlighted the governance arrangements that were a bit painful for the year under review, meaning for the year that ended 31st March 2025, in the sense that ordinarily you have audit committees that have got the liberty and the space to report to the board that is independent. Now, you had audit committees that are reporting to the same CEO who was leading the operations. It's not ideal. It is a situation we find ourselves in as a higher education. What is important is that we learn from it and we make sure that we never find ourselves in that particular situation. But importantly, as and when we are busy with this process, finalizing the appointments of the boards, making sure that the audit committees are functional, we have to be very strict in terms of how we're going to manage the performance of these boards. We're going to have to be very strict in terms of the independence and the effectiveness of the audit committees. We are, as the AGSA, we advocate for the audit committees that are developmental, but not audit committees that are just agreeable for the sake of being agreeable. So you ought not to accept an audit committee that is too comfortable with management and therefore not necessarily afford them an opportunity to ventilate the things that they need to ventilate. So they need to recommend, make sure that they support the SETA, but make sure that they still maintain their own independence. So when we had an engagement with the Department of Higher Education and Training, our emphasis as the AGSA was IT, digitalize the higher education. It is quite big for it to run on manual processes. So when you hear us speaking to the way that the TVET system must work, and the vacancy rate, and the capacity of your ICT division, it is merely because as the AGSA, we do not believe that you will be successful, sustainable, running these processes on manual Excel spreadsheet. What ends up happening is that as a Department of Higher Education, you spend time compiling data and not analyzing and making decisions that will then move the sector forward. So our conversation around look at how you coordinate the portfolio as a Department of Higher Education and Training, construct your APP such that your performance is squarely on your input into these sectors and not necessarily what these institutions are doing. But if you ask us what is the one thing that we would ask you to prioritize, we'll tell you that please prioritize developing your systems. Make it easy for those that are in your sector to access information, deposit information, for the overseers to actually coordinate and make decision-making a bit easier. And yes, we spoke about it, Chair, from the SETA coordination perspective, because that will also make it easy for us to close the areas of exposure and where inefficiencies are likely to happen. But we also understand that it will also make service delivery easy on the part of the students. They must be able to access the department and institution quite easily. So if we are going to be the Department of Higher Education, that we are in the process of teaching and learning, the digitalization should be something that we prioritize. It has to start with us so that we demonstrate that we are in this business of leading by example. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, AGSA, for a comprehensive presentation. I'm going to give you members to just clarity-seeking question. Just a note, Minister, that even last year when we had the AG and the department presenting to us, I'm looking at the attendance register of the minutes of last year, which was on the 9th of October, the DDG GASA was acting on behalf of the DG, was not in a meeting, in that particular meeting. Other DDGs were present. So it was just a note. You want to start? I wanted to ask just one or two before. I don't have many. Just one or two on the process, AG. So when you are auditing the department like this, do you go back to the previous report and say, for an example, in 23-24, the department achieved 51% of its non-financial, just like this year. They've achieved 51%. And there were commitments that were made. There was an audit action plan, for an example, that was developed by the department to say, this is what we're going to implement so that we avoid the problems that we encountered this year in the future years. Do you guys go and look at such and say, this was your audit action plan? We will first audit if you have attended to all your the plans, the audit action plans that you put together, and whether those audit action plans were effective in helping the department. If you can just help me with that clarity, business unit leader, Khabu. You can come in now. Let's have a quick conversation. I want to give members all. I wanted the clarities on a few things.
Thank you, Chair. So we do it not because it's what is required for us to form an opinion, right? But ordinarily, I mean, many entities in the higher education even offer it to us. Some will offer it as part of our quarterly interaction. Some will offer it when we do what we call interim audit. So they will share it with us. And that's where we are able to give feedback and say some of these things are not necessarily going to help. You're not touching on the root causes, right? But in some instances, we'll tell you that, look, the way it's crafted is done properly. Then the trick is going to be on how you implement it and make sure that you monitor it going forward. Thank you.
So you have went through that part because it was there. So when you are going through it now, in this instance, what was your overall impression with whether the department followed its own audit? We will have a conversation with them, so we want to be clear whether the department had an audit action plan that made sense from the beginning, and if it was followed through. If you can help us there.
I know Nana is trying to take this one, so can I afford an opportunity? Thank you.
She was not dying.
Chairman, okay. Thank you, Chair. So we, in the current year, we did perform a review of the audit action plan of the department. And I think the key thing is that the audit action plan itself was well consulted and well crafted. The issue lies in the implementation. If one looks at the audit report of the department for last year and this year, we still have material findings in terms of performance information. And what that indicates is that the implementation was not effective. So again, we can craft the perfect action plan, have the necessary corrective actions well articulated. However, the implementation remains a problem within the department. And again, it's exacerbated by the issues around the challenges that we're speaking about, the IT challenges. Because, for example, for a sector like the TVET college, where you need to be reporting on 50 TVET colleges, following an Excel spreadsheet is not going to help you achieve credibility in terms of performance reporting. So I guess the issues around some of the challenges that the department have with a perfectly crafted audit action plan, you'll never realize the aspirations of what you intend to achieve with that. Thanks.
Okay, so the implementation of this audit action plan, according to you, was not sufficient, was And then who was from the department, who was then responsible for making sure that this audit action plan is followed?
So from a lead perspective, it would be the acting CFO who's coordinating. But I know from a response perspective, in terms of the corrective actions or remedial actions that need to be implemented, each DDG for each of the separate programs is actually responsible for providing input in as far as what needs to be done to address these issues.
No, thank you. Maybe the last one. Last year, last audit, we had a conversation with you guys, and we spoke about the usefulness of the targets that the department put out there. It was discussed in that meeting of the 9th. I know even this year, I was going to go there. After they presented the APP, we still complained about the usefulness of the targets that we put, Minister, as our targets. So the targets that we put for ourselves are not impactful enough in societies. They don't make an impact. There should have been, or was there an action plan that was put together in having smart but also impactful targets in the next financial year? I don't know who's going to answer.
I'll take it. So in terms of the action plan, it was more to speak to the reliability of the information that they were reporting on. Okay. So in the current year, with the work that we did, we then brought in the conversation around also assessing the impactfulness of that. And I guess also, if one looks at the reported achievements that the department actually is reporting on, you're actually reporting on 2023 academic year. So meaning that you're basically historically reporting. So which loses the relevance of why the department then needs to be reporting on those indicators. So again, there's two elements to it. One, the department defining performance indicators that they themselves will be able to implement and therefore assess their own performance. But again, if we still retain the reporting for the sector so that we have a picture of the sector performance, it's important that we also then catch up, because we are literally in 2025, we are then reporting on 2023 achievements, which is historical data. Thank you.
I thought those are clarities before members could come, so I'm going to take you in this format. Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Christians, Honorable Zondo, and if Honorable Souls wants to enter the last. Honorable Ngubane, let's have, because it's one entity, let's have about, it's just clarities again, about 9 minutes each. You still have the department who are going to have until, I think, around 5.
Okay, no, thanks a lot, Chair, and thank you so much, AG, for presentation. I think from my perspective, I was telling other colleagues that, to me, Chair, it sounds like it's music to my ears. Everything you've said, AG, this thing that a whole year we've been speaking about. So you just confirmed. You've confirmed what we've been telling the department all along for the whole year. And we've even confirmed our oversight visit to this institution. Everything you've said into this document, it's not far from the point. It's like you were working with us on this institution, or else like on all our interrogation of the entities, you were with us. I'm still worried again, Nana, with that. Remember, we spoke as well when we were at our strat session. That slide, here now it's slide 8, where you have, you say there's a problem. Here we picked up one entity, but we don't know what that entity is. It's important when you say an entity X has done that, and we need to know which is that entity so that we are aware. That's the entity you're talking about, that you pick up these findings on them, so that we monitor that as well. That's the request. And my other worry, I see, Chair, there is a loud, I don't know whether it's because of open to scrutiny or a difficulty for openness to scrutiny. Most of your presentation, AG, you are loud on CETAs. It's been there on your document. I haven't seen the loudness in universities. That's what I will need to know. We've went to the universities as well. It's a mess. Our professor lava, abanye banoma masters nga 10 nga 5. I'm very, very worried, AG, about that. Bayitshela ukuthi bafunde kakhulu, bamosha. And your presentation, it wasn't that loud. So some of them, our prof, benza in Oma investment strategy. It's shonale. We are warning what this investment strategy wasn't meant to benefit our student aid, or wasn't meant to reduce debt for NSFAS, or even to make sure that we have fee-free education. They're not, they're doing good project, but you see that it's not for the purpose that it's meant to be. So that's my other main concern. You seems to shy away not to say too much about universities, these universities. I don't want to mention Chair's universities there in the north. So we have a university burning now. Burning. They are killing one another. They have bodyguards that you've never seen in this world. On our oversight, we were even told that one of the other VCs, so that's my concern, Chair, in a nutshell. But in a nutshell, that's all what it for me, for AG. We appreciate the loudness in TVET, and it tells us what institutions are, what's happening in these institutions, what is the department doing as shortcomings, what is the department doing wrongly as well, repeated wrongly when we tell them, don't do this, don't do this, these are consequences. And then AG comes and says, these are consequences. So that one is loud. If we can be loud on universities, we can appreciate it as well. I think that's all from me, Chair, in AG.
No, then maybe AG must give you a right to reply so that you are not accused of not being loud.
I didn't want to reply. I wanted to take the feedback, right? Allow me to take that feedback. Universities actually have their own auditors, but as the AGSA, we take a comment that says we can support those auditors better, so that the context that comes out of is as strong as the ones that we audit ourselves. So if you take the CET and the universities, they are appointing their own auditors, and we would support from governance. But the point I'm taking, Honorable Chair, is that as the AGSA, we can support these auditors better so that the message is as strong as the ones we audit directly. Thank you.
No, I wanted you to clarify that part, but also to indicate that we have agreed that when we are interacting with the university, AG will come, but also they will bring the auditors of the university so that we are able to ask them direct questions that the AG may not, because they are not the ones who are doing the audits. So this is the interventions that, at least from the AG side. So I wanted you to clarify that part, AG. But we have agreed that every time we have an interaction, like now in November, we'll have 2 universities that we interact with. They will bring their own appointed auditors, and the AG will be here, so that at least we're able to get to certain things. That Honorable questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we've seen that the overall outcomes and the audits has regressed from 96 to 93%, and I think it's quite worrying for the DET, considering the issues that we've seen arising in the last few weeks or the last few months. So the outcomes have regressed, basically. There's only a 39% clean, and while qualified opinions rose to 32%. Now, just to the AG, you know, if the office can just clarify to us, given the regression across the higher education portfolio in the past financial year and all the material irregularities that we've seen or has now been identified, how will your office now practically ensure or follow up that these findings are reported consistently, whether they are seen to by the DHET, whether any remedial action has been implemented by the DHET, and then also at what point will the AG escalate to certificates of debt, or for that matter, even referral to law enforcement, if that is not applied. I mean, all this under the Public Audit Amendment Act. And I think worrying for me, what I saw was late financial statements, particularly by NSFAS, and if I'm not mistaken, by Mercita as well. There's one outstanding audit, and that's NSFAS. So my question really is, considering that NSFAS has been so problematic and is still problematic, has always been problematic for that matter, what enforcement steps will the AG's office now take in terms of a certificate of debt, considering the implications of NSFAS's really outstanding audit and what the implication of, I mean, we've seen it in the last 2 weeks. It's a direct implication of what is happening in NSFAS's office. And then just on systemic accountability to the AG's office, given that 61% of entities have either, you found there that there's qualified opinions or findings for that matter, a regression from last year, so to speak. So does the Auditor General consider the Department of Higher Education's internal monitoring and audit functions adequate? Is DHET, is what they are doing currently, is it adequate in terms of their monitoring? To prevent these failures across board, across universities, across TVETs, CETAs, etc. Or is there evidence that the department's internal controls have actually become purely reactive rather than preventative? And if the AG's office has found that these internal controls are purely reactive, what steps, how will you advise DHET to become more preventative in their action rather than reactive? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give over to Zama. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. So maybe if I can just start with the last question that you mentioned with regards to the department, especially considering their role and impact in the portfolio. I think the detailed work that we did in terms of the function of the department, and them having adequate plans to what oversight initiatives they're going to be implementing, because we've identified gaps in terms of their oversight role. I think it would be safe to say that they would be more reactive because of even how they are structured, their indicators in their APP. It's more after the effect instead of being deliberate in what it is that they are planning on doing to monitor the portfolio as a whole, and then also starting from their planning initiatives to then actually implement that so that we can actually see their role. So the advice that we actually are giving to the department is that they need to be deliberate in them setting the targets that they are going to be doing in the sector to support the sector. From talking to TVET colleges, what are the initiatives that they're going to be doing to support and monitor the work that is being done at TVET colleges and the universities and. So starting with the planning in terms of let's structure ourselves as a department in such a way that we can actually put in initiatives to support the portfolio. That's the key thing that we are actually wanting, so that you can just structure yourself to be able to support the portfolio. Then we'll be able to see the impact of the oversight role that is actually being needing to be played by the department. Now, in terms of our I guess enforcement, you spoke about the regression in terms of the audit outcomes and the increase in the MIs that we're actually picking up in the space. And, you know, in terms of the our amendment to the Public Audit Act and our enforcement strategy when it comes to even the MIs, what we're wanting to see is the internal controls within the institutions. So we would want to give the institutions an opportunity to actually fix the systems. So from doing the detailed investigations, so what we would then be recommending is that they must do the detailed investigation so that they can be able to identify where the gaps were, so that they can actually put internal controls to close those gaps to avoid reoccurrence of such instances. You know, making sure that there's a culture of consequence management, recovering these fines. So with all these material irregularities that we've issued in the system, we have given the accounting authorities that opportunity to actually attend to those material irregularities. But obviously when we get to a point of now, we give you an opportunity to actually, you know, fix and attend to these material irregularities, but we're getting to a point where you are actually not seeing traction. That's where we go to the next step. You'd see, just using the NSF MI as an example, that we are currently even at enforceable remedial action stage, because we would have given the accounting authority an opportunity to actually do the investigation and do the detailed closing of what would have happened. But we're seeing that they would not be responsive as quickly as they should have, especially in terms of recovering the money. So we are now at the point of actually a remedial action where we are enforcing that certain actions must be done. Obviously, when we get to a point of them not actually implementing that, then the accounting authority, because that opportunity would have been given to them, then they would then be liable in terms of us issuing a certificate of debt. So there is a number of, even at NSFAS, we had quite a number of MIs that we had issued in the system, and we have seen that there's not really much traction in terms of them responding to that. So we have opted to actually go to the next step, which would then be the enforcing of the remedial actions. So those are the processes that we then follow in ultimately getting to a point of saying that, you know, accounting authority, we've given you enough time to actually attend to these material irregularities. We'll then get to a point of actually enforcing that their money actually be recovered from the accounting authority themselves, which is, I guess, the steps that we would then be following in terms of that process. So that is our enforcement, you know, process as an office. But ultimately, what we're wanting is a culture of consequence management, in that if matters have been identified, let us be quick in attending to those matters so that we close the gaps that would have been picked up to avoid a reoccurrence in the system.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they just to assist, because I think there was a question that speaks to NSFAS late submission of the Fs in particular, and what is the enforcement that comes with it. And I just wanted to highlight that NSFAS not submitting financial statements is actually something that, as Parliament as well, we must worry about. If you take it from the AGSA enforcement, if I give them material irregularity and I say, look, we are not fiduciary duty, there isn't much that will happen, right? Because as the AGSA, we're quite clear that it is not sustainable to actually have the institutions to do the right thing just on the backdrop of a material irregularity, because material irregularity is on instance by instance. If you really think about the consequence of NSFAS not giving financial statement on time, you'll understand that everything else that affects student funding that we are picking either in universities and TVET, it sits in the processes that NSFAS should have corrected beforehand. We will therefore, as oversight structures, either encourage, put pressure, and also make sure that the board of NSFAS, the one priority that they put on the table, submit those financial statements. Because they are a year behind. Let's speak now. We are speaking of the audit outcomes of the TVETs, with everybody else. But the funder is at the back. So we are not yet speaking to the effectiveness of the funding that ought to have taken place. And we're going to speak about it a year later. And it's a fundamental requirement that's sitting in the PFMA, and it's a requirement for the oversight. So there, as the AGSA, we also rely on committees such as this to put pressure in making sure that they catch up, so that they can start running at a similar pace with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll start by going in the same words like Honorable Ngubane to say that according to this report, there are many boards and institutions that you need to take to task because they came here and lied to us. And when we're asking these same questions, picking the same gaps, Minister, and they played because some they think they are more educated than us, so they tend to take us for granted. But I don't know now. The AG's report, I don't know what they are going to do, because we need to sit down and look at this report vis-a-vis their presentation when they are coming to us, because they are taking South Africans for a ride. They're thinking the institutions are for themselves, whereas they are standing there to perform duties for all of us. Maybe one wants to start by that. But two things, Chair. In terms of the TVET, I'm as not functioning since 2022. Maybe one wants to get the clarity. Is the system in-house or outsourced? Then that what will follow is that how much is spent on that system that is not been working. That's the first one. And the second one, Chair. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Just to respond, still morning. Oh, sorry. The system was is in-house developed. It was developed, and at the moment they are not spending anything on the system because it's supposed to be maintained by the employees of the department. But because of the vacancies that they have, so there is no one who's actually maintaining the system. But the other thing is that because of the fact that they do not have a CIO, because the CIO is supposed to be also offering a strategic direction on how do they then respond to lack of the system thereof in reporting on the performance of the TVET. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, my second question was on slide 36. We've been talking about this thing of double dipping, and NSFAS has assured us that their systems will not allow that, and we've been asking them so many times. But now AG has proven that there is a double dipping. They are funding students, whereas they already have been funded by Masasa. Then I'm just checking the accuracy of your numbers, because it may happen that we think it's 10, whereas the problem is bigger than. Then I'm just checking that one.
Thank you, Chair. This is what we identified. So we can't tell you that the problem is only confined within here. There pretty much could be other students that we may not have picked up. So I guess it would be important that even when NSFAS come through as part of their briefing to Parliament, be clear on what are these mechanisms that they had implemented and how do they know that the student that they are finding 100% sure does not get money elsewhere, because they do get money somewhere else. Thanks.
Maybe, Chair, a follow up to that, because I said I had two, was to say, maybe according to you, AG, we have these entities. In their systems, what is that is lacking? That can, when they improve that, we'll make sure that this double dipping is not happening.
You know, simply put, right, what you are sitting with right now in the Department of Higher Education and Training portfolio is that each entity systems only see themselves. And for a portfolio like this, you can't afford that. you're going to have a connect to each other. So unless you get to the point where an entity one system can access at least the basic data of entity two, you are continuously going to have these opportunities, because I can't even imagine two institutions attempting to email each other their data. So if you ask us what needs to happen, we'll tell you that open the linkage and the interaction between the systems. And that's why we were, so far as the CETAs are concerned, we were speaking to that project of MICT, that you probably need something like that for the TVETs, but importantly, you need a system that can still see across the portfolio. Because only when you can do that, you'll be able to know who are you supporting from skills development as a student, who are you supporting from bursary perspective, meaning learning perspective. You have to pick them up on at a central point, and right now you don't have that mechanism. Everybody is having their own environment, and their environment is only close to themselves. And we can stretch it further and say, even seeing among yourself is not enough. You must be able to see other systems of government, the standing data. If you take the Home Affairs as an example, the citizen registry, you need to be able to see that. So you pick up early when we lose one of the students, then they pass on, and you start to stop the payment that was meant for them, stipend, and anything that comes with it. So there is a benefit in interacting among ourselves, but importantly, there's a benefit in tapping into other government data that will tell you a bit more of information that you do not have. Thanks.
Minister, I think I've asked this question because I thought the answer will come straight to you. I think that you can help us in this one. It's on you to facilitate and make sure that it's happening. Thank you.
No, it's fine. The minister will note. Honorable Souls, anything?
Thank you, Chair. So, my understanding is that we'll ask questions later, just for clarity on the presentation. So, AG, mine is going to be to make the point. I'm going to present a hypothetical situation to you, and you tell me in that situation, when you listen to the statement, whether you would give it a qualified or unqualified opinion, audit opinion, whether you would give it an adverse opinion or a disclaimed opinion. Hypothetically, if there was a due date set for submission of a particular statement, let's say yesterday, and I only submit that submission today, a day later, how would you find this statement? What would your audit opinion be on the following statement? Honorable Chairperson, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, my brother. I wasn't here yesterday, and you look younger. May God bless you and all the best. Clarity, please, AG. Thank you.
No.
I wonder if am I giving opinion on the chair's birthday? Happy belated chair, because we seem to have missed that.
This is an audit finding on the last
Let me say this, Honorable Souls, right? So there's a trick with the audit opinion, and it's based on appropriate, sufficient audit evidence, and I don't have that. So I can't give you the audit opinion. But let me tell you what typically the AGSA will do. If you're supposed to give it to me yesterday, and the date had passed, let's speak to the submission of financial statement, and you give me today, the duty of the AGSA is still to provide feedback to the stakeholders on what is contained therein. the trick about it is that the lateness of that feedback would have hampered effective decision making. So in essence, we are on a back foot such that the decisions that we are making on those SAD could pretty much have been surpassed by the events. Let me leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this AG takes a job very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. Just a few things. If the AG only audits verified information that or follows the SMART principle and information that has been submitted, I want to maybe confirm that indeed it was my birthday yesterday. 10/21 again. IG on also to note, since the Honorable Souls has been attending the ad hoc committee, see, even bought new glasses now. So I think the pay is good next door. I think your friend and Pops now must also buy new wardrobe because you are buying new glasses. AG on slide 6. You say in the 23-24 you recommended the following. That issue, the ones of, let's say, department and sitters. There is the 3 there. It will be beneficial for the minister to ensure that the department is well coordinated to continue with the work that is already started in ensuring integration within the portfolio. Where did this come from? Is it on this? Because I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to search for the minutes, Minister, because last year, the department, okay, a year before, we had argued that this integrated learner management system must be developed and ran from an NSF point of view. The department came and said, no, MICT and TUT are developing this system. And last year, the report that we got here, I'll get those minutes of that particular meeting. I'm not sure whether it was on the 6th of December last year or before. I'm still searching my minutes. But what the department reported was that this system is almost ready for deployment. They said to us, what you guys, chair, committee members, you proposed, we have went steps further. This thing, it will be like a Rolls Royce. I remember their voices. I can still feel them. But now, it's a year later. And if you look at this, they've not moved much because the year has ended. As we speak now, I know that system, unless when we speak to you, you are going to say the system somehow has been developed or has been deployed. But that one, for an example, it was given at the 23-24 annual report. As we speak, we still have the same problems. Because the report here says, even though the numbers may have went down of students in duplicate problems, students that are, in fact, the ones that are the duplicates in bursaries have went up. I think in one of your slides. The deceased have went down, but still we have these things, they persist and they are costing the system money. So it means we are paying somebody money for a deceased child. And if the child is deceased, and we have paid somebody to pay that person, we know what's happening. It means this we are giving people money that they don't deserve. It's supposed to be a stipend. Another recommendation was on the CETA Skills Summit. Apparently, you guys had a skills summit, and there were resolutions that were taken. When we are looking at this AG, where they followed up this thing, because you're saying they are in progress. That's what we are saying. But in progress might mean they were started in November last year, or they started in September this year. What is maybe not September this year? In February, just before the audit closed, or what was supposed to open. How long did the department take to commence this in-progress issues? All of them, including the quality assurance bodies, NESFAS, and all of that.
I'm going to allow Zama just to comment on a couple of things, but let me say this, right? So let's speak to the coordination by the department, primarily the learner management system, and I'm sure the department will come through and just share with the committee exactly where they are. But we can say this. So the commencement of building that system had happened because we went to MICT, we checked that, right? We had an engagement with both MICT and their service provider, TUT. We looked at their strategic project plan in terms of how they want to deal with it. In fact, we even went to the extent of looking at some of the basic modules that were already put together. But we can tell you now that that system is not deployed in the sector. So that much we know. And I'm sure the department would engage the committee on exactly now where they are. What worries us, though, is that as MICT is doing that work that will be important and beneficial for the sector, you start to see advertisement for similar type of offering by some of the SETAs, which then tells you that even by the time the MICT is successful in deploying this for everybody, some of the SETAs will be locked into long-term contracts with service providers. And that's what worries us. And the reason why our engagement with the Department of Higher Education and Training is around, you have to support MICT from the directive perspective, from tone perspective. And we understand that the board of each of these SETAs or the accounting authorities have got powers to govern, but there has to be some sort of direction so that MICT doesn't get to the finality and there's only 50% or 20% or even few that can uptake that particular system. So in terms of where MICT is, there are delays. I think I'll leave that for the department. Maybe let me repeat that. Is anything else?
Yeah, maybe just I think the key thing, Chair, on slide 6 is the speed in which these recommendations are implemented. Because as you've rightfully said, we have said this quite a while back. And if we are now doing a reflection and seeing that, in as much as there would have been traction in certain areas, but it's not really at the speed required, because the ripple effect of that is that now when you're coming and doing the audit of 25, 24, 24, 25, you're finding the same thing. So the speed in which the department is responding to this recommendation is something that is a concern to us.
Yeah, in fact, Khabo, there's the other recommendation that was given to the department and the minister was that there must be a buy-in from other SETAs on the implementation of this integrated learner management system. So it means that was not done, because if it was done, I mean, it's a matter of strategic leadership going to these SETAs, informing them that this is the direction we're taking. I mean, this country, currently I know, Minister, in the cabinet, we are dealing with one country, one plan. So we can't have one department and 600 plans. Must be one department, one plan. And these accounting authorities should know that this is a direction we want to take. And therefore, all of you sitters, if they've advertised, they must withdraw these adverts. If they are at they must just be withdrawn, because there's an instruction that says we want, because we're bleeding money. You can't come here and tell us, no, I've got a right as sitter X to run my learner management system. I mean, we'll tell them, in fact, we must even tell them. We've lost a lot of money to these systems that never existed, that we were told that they exist. But auditors go there, we can count them. We can count them. Grayston Reed, for an example, that never existed. Audit says they've never existed, but we have paid hundreds of millions of rents. So we must tell them that that must not happen, where we get but it will need the department. You know, AG touches me here, says from a strategic leadership point of view, in many instances the department is caught wanting. And this is one of them, Minister. The department, this is what the AG was saying here. I decided to write it down, because when we say it, we've been saying this thing, and Minister, you also said to us in our strategic session, in order for all these plans to come to fruition, you will need an effective, efficient, working department. You see, those two, they give me hope. What AG is saying now and what you said there. We're going to interact with the department. I've gone through their presentation. I've listened to what the AG says. You will see differences, Minister. There, for an example, in the presentation that we are going to get now, the issue of Sfako Makhato student beds, student housing, is mentioned there as a big plus. What is not mentioned there is what the AG speaks about in her presentation, that this student thing was delayed, it had price escalations. Those are the negatives. Price escalations, and therefore when we had budgeted 40 rands for this thing, we've ended up paying 55 rands, which is a negative. It's not mentioned in there. We're going to see it now in the presentation of the department, and many others that we are also going to point out. But yeah. There's on slide 19, I want you to, the second column, this is my last point. I want to hear how much are you saying that money is. I tried to read it. There's a blue and an orange flag on the right. So from what I'm seeing here, how much is that in blue? It's 40 billion. It's 40 billion. So we had 40 billion in unspent cash surpluses. And then, which were approved, 40 billion. You can spend, and this is what, on the sitters. And then they've only spent 5 billion of this amount. Yeah, this is very bad. So they have surpluses. The ones that were approved are around 40 billion for them to spend, to touch people in these townships and rural areas who are unemployed, including those who are employed who just need where we can give them something so that they improve their educational levels, they can participate in a better. So we are saying we underspent on this one by about 45 billion of the approved. I just want to understand that part. So the approved surplus was 50. So there's a possibility, Zama, that they could have finished, they could have spent this unspent surplus of 50 billion. Okay, what does it mean?
Okay. They had reserves of 40 million, 40 billion, I mean, and the amount that they would have spent would have been 5 billion of that. Basically, that is so the 38 is what would be remaining as unspent on those surpluses.
Yeah, so but the question is there a possibility that they could have spent the whole 40?
Look, at times they would have their multi-year contracts. So I don't think they would have been spent it on 1 year.
No, they would not have, all right? Let's say it with conviction, right? No, they would not have, right? So, and you're going to get a lot of answers that come through. And we're not taking away the fact that these reserves, when you put it away, normally they would argue and debate, not argue, but bring forth a point that says they are supported by a multi-year contract. Right? Yeah. And we say, just zoom in a bit closer. Let's have a closer conversation. As AGSA, we can't give them a finding that you are sitting with this much of reserves. But history told us, I mean, if we pull the past 5 years, you would see that the reserves in the cities are always there. The pace at which they move compared to the length of the contract, it hardly ever matches. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, and then on slide 15, the irregular expenditure. So it has went down. So it has went down from about 12. Was that 12.5 million? The year before to about 3.7. And then out of 3.7, NSF irregular expenditure is 1.7. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a point we wanted to make, right? So, when you read this slide on irregular expenditure, consider the SETAs that we qualified for completeness of irregular expenditure, such as construction SETA. Right? Because when we say your qualification or modification in the audit report includes the fact that the irregular expenditure is not complete, it basically means that you have many other contracts that we may not have picked up, because the more we were auditing, the more we are picking up non-compliances. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Auditor General. I really appreciate the good work that you continue to do in the sector. We will now go to the department, and then you are free to stay with us. So just in case there are questions that we may pose to the department and we don't agree, you can help us as the auditors. Minister, we are now going to give to you. I know that you did indicate that at 1:30 you would like to join that meeting with UFS. Will allow you to do. It's very important. And the other one again in the late afternoon. So when you see the minister going out, it will not be that he's running away. He's got. I would have given him permission to attend that problem with University of Free State, or what we think is a problem as this committee. because they might say that they don't have a problem. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, to thank the Portfolio Committee for having given us this opportunity to engage with the Auditor General's report. We, I must say, have done so on a couple of occasions with the AG and her team. And also that we, have taken to task the department, both the DG and the DDGs, in terms of taking forward some of the recommendations. But what I would like to do, Chairperson, is I think to start by making some reflections on the point that you've made around Fort Hare and the University of the Free State. And then immediately after that, we would then ask the Deputy Director General for our TVET branch to make a few remarks to introduce the report from the department, and then at the end of that report, I will also make some few points relating to the issues that the AG has raised, but also some of the issues that the members of Parliament has raised, and the actions that we are going to undertake to deal with those issues. As it relates to the University of Fort Hare, Chairperson and members, we, I think upon my appointment as Minister, the stakeholders at the University of Fort Hare sent us a lot of queries that were relating to the challenges that the university have been facing. Most of those were from students, from the unions, staff, which related to the conditions on campus, infrastructure, the state of infrastructure at the institution, issues around governance, allegations of corruption, and also the challenges around the SRC, the composition of the SRC, the review of the SRC constitution, and what the SRC felt, and the student leadership in general felt that the actions of the management and of the University Council were unfair, as it relates to the SRC. So it was a whole range of issues. We first sent a team from the university branch to investigate some of the issues that were raised by the students. And we received an initial report which indicated that there were serious challenges as it relates to the implementation of the infrastructure funds, maintenance of infrastructure at the university, and that students found themselves living in appalling conditions, issues around safety and security, weaknesses around supply chain management, and all of these issues were then later confirmed by the team when they visited again. We then scheduled a meeting with the University Council, which was supposed to, I think, in the earlier weeks of, late weeks of August, earlier weeks of September, a meeting which couldn't materialize until only in the last Friday, and with the University Council. And in that meeting was, came immediately after I had dispatched a team which was led by one of my advisors, Professor Ahmed Bauer, together with officials from the department. And that team met with the student leadership, it met with the trade unions, it met with the institutional forum, and came out with a report on what their sense was. And we then further met with the University Council and presented also that report to them. The university had a comprehensive response. And from our discussion, the priority, and I think as you know, at that point, we had about 6 or 7 buildings which had already been scorched.
estimates, which we'll confirm when we get the formal report from the university, but estimates between anything of 150 million to 500 million. The university academic program has been disrupted. The university had closed the campus, fearing further damage to the property. And our belief is that criminal elements had taken over a legitimate student protest. And that's what our approach is. We had conversations with the University Council, the Vice-Chancellor, the provincial government, including the Premier and the MEC for Safety, and all of those interventions were meant to, salvage whatever that is remaining of the university. And I think that's a discussion we need to have later on. The built-in future costs of education as a result of violence and also as a result of damage to physical property. As it stands now, Chairperson, we we have instructed the University One to develop a program to resume academic work. They will give us a report tomorrow. They've asked for an extension to tomorrow. We've also asked them to, in the meantime, develop a program on how they're going to deal with the damage that has happened, issues around safety and security, to also give us a plan on how they will restore student governance, meaning that we need in place measures to reintroduce the SRC. But we've also asked them, because most of the stakeholders that we met on campus indicated that, their disaffection with the Vice-Chancellor and the Council's attitude. And so we asked them to also reflect on how they're going to win over the different constituencies on campus, their confidence around the governance. And so we are going to be getting that report tomorrow. They've asked for an extension, and I think we will announce what further action needs to be taken based on the response. It is clear that there is serious breakdown of trust between the University Council, the Vice-Chancellor and management on the one hand, and most of the other stakeholders. I think the one issue which I didn't mention was around the contract of the Vice-Chancellor, which is still in dispute. So we have received reports. We're processing that report. I think the final report will be from the university tomorrow. What we must emphasize now, Chairperson, is that our priority is the safety of students and the completion of the academic program of the institution. I've been in contact with almost everyone, the union leaders, the SRC, suspended SRC, the various students' organizations, the Vice-Chancellor, in order to make sure that all, efforts leads towards that. As it stands now, the situation, as you may have seen, on campus is calm, but we haven't restored, learning and teaching, and that's our main objective. Hopefully, by the beginning of next year, of next week, that would have happened. So that's that with Fort Hare. With the University of Free State, we, I think got the report over the weekend that the protests. And we've been in contact with the Vice-Chancellor to find out as to what is happening. It was a case wherein the university, together with the SRC, could not agree on the plans, some of the plans for next year's opening of the university, including the allowance for pre-registration for students who owed certain monies. Unfortunately, at the time when we had a discussion with the Vice-Chancellor, there was protest, but not as violent as we've seen over the last 2 days. when the university was expecting the SRC to come and give feedback. I have scheduled, as you've indicated, Chairperson, a further discussion with the Vice Chancellor. We've also asked to speak with the SRC, and we're also going to extend this discussion to the Chairperson of Council to try and calm the situation down and to see if there's a need even for mediation if it comes to that. The stakeholders are meeting this afternoon to try and see how they can find each other. I must emphasize that we, at all given times, and what we've also seen at the University of Free State was that, criminal elements also hijacked, a student protest. On Friday evening, there were reports that there were people who were trying to scorch a security cubicle with a petrol bomb. On Sunday evening, the situation escalated where cars were being stoned, buildings were being stoned, attempted fire were being stoned. And yes, you have indicated that, some of the measures that management has taken were, harsh, including the closure of the university. Our emphasis, Chairperson, and I think you may understand the anxiety, our emphasis is firstly to protect student life, secondly to protect everyone's right to protest, and thirdly to ensure that dispute resolutions platforms that have been created in these instances do actually work. And so that's why we're encouraging the Vice Chancellor, the SRC, Council, and everyone to get back to the table and engage. And finally, our interest is to make sure that students come to these institutions to study and compete. And as is now in both institutions, the main reason why students are there has been learning and teaching has been disrupted. So that's what we really want to drive attention. We're worried about the scourge of violence in our campuses. Violence against women, I think that's one of the things over the last few years have become dominant, which means that we have to prioritize safety on campuses. We're also worried about violence towards students in general during protest. We're worried about student protests themselves becoming violent, meaning that if the students don't feel heard, they target public buildings. And we're also further worried about the collaboration between our institutions and universities, which is a discussion we intend to have with the Minister of Police, but also a discussion that we must have internally because I think a security response on its own will not be enough, because some of the issues that are being raised, we deem them as legitimate and that they need to be, addressed. As I have said, that in preparing for the 2026 academic year, we are going to take everyone along, in this process, and that there will be no challenge that is minor, and be it universities, TVET colleges, community colleges, we are going to have a coordinated effort to make sure that we avoid some of these, challenges that we have seen just now. So that's where we're at, Chairperson. We appreciate the efforts that have been made by members of Parliament, not only this portfolio committee, which has dispensed its members to both Fort Hare and the University of the Free State, but also I think some of the other committees and people in the provincial government, the community, especially in Alice and in the Eastern Cape, who were quite worried about the heritage that's been tossed down in Fort Hare. This calls for a stronger conversation, within the sector itself about how we deal with conflict. So those are the two institutions and I think broader reflections on what's happening in the sector. What I'll do, Chair, we'll try and keep this as brief as possible with regards to our presentation. Yes, it's important that we highlight some of the good work, but we want to also draw you on some of the challenges from the department's perspective that we have, encountered and how we're dealing with those. DDG Zungu, who's standing in for DG Sishi, will start, followed by DDG Gasa and the CFO, and then I'll make some reflections on what our plans are, so that we don't find ourselves in this situation where Honorable Ngubani tells us that he keeps telling us this thing and we're not listening, and now the AG is saying it, and that we now have to hear. Just to show that we've listened, and these are some of the things that we're going to do to try and avoid, all of this challenge. So I'll come in later just to try and wrap up. I think we'll need about, 20 minutes? 30 minutes, yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Honourable Minister, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Honourable Minister and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, DHT, ESCO members and other officials, as well as colleagues from the Ministry, the leadership of AGSA and colleagues from the parliamentary staff. A very good morning to all of you. Firstly, we want to make some remarks, Honourable Chair, in terms of the welcoming of your opening remarks earlier on in relation to the performance of the department in general, but also to welcome the presentation by the AGSA, as well as the key recommendations that they have made in this morning, but also the Minister's opening remarks that you've just made. Indeed, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, it's a privilege for us to appear before this esteemed committee to present, as well as to account for the performance of the department for the 2024-25 financial year. This engagement represents a vital moment of accountability and reflection, and an opportunity to celebrate areas of progress, but also to confront weaknesses and reflection, with honesty, and to recommit ourselves to the constitutional mandate of ensuring that every young South African has access to quality, relevant and transformative education and training. Honourable Chairperson, the department's overall performance during the period under review presents a mixed picture of commendable fiscal prudence, as well as persistent systemic weaknesses in program implementation, where out of 94 planned annual targets, only 46, which constitute about 49%, were achieved, while 48, which constitute about 51%, were not met, as presented by the AG. These numbers do not reflect a lack of commitment, but rather the reality of a complex and evolving PSET environment, one that continues to be shaped by competing demands, resource constraints, as well as systemic reforms that require time to mature. On a positive note, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, the Department once again received an unqualified audit opinion, reaffirming the strength of our financial management compliance and governance systems. Our spending performance stood at 99.9% of the appropriated 136.9 billion, well within the parameters set by the National Treasury. Importantly, there were no fruitless or wasteful expenditures, and only a minimal irregular expenditure amounting to 59,000 rands. This reflects the department's continued commitment to prudent fiscal management, value for money, as well as accountability in the use of public resources. Honourable members, while we take pride In these achievements, we must also confront our shortcomings with the seriousness they deserve. The AG has highlighted persistent weaknesses in the reliability and accuracy of our performance information, particularly in Program 2, 4, 5, and 6, and these findings point to challenges in data integrity, verification controls, and indicator formulation that do not always align with the SMART principles. In some instances, our annual performance plan targets were not well defined or were overly ambitious, limiting our ability to demonstrate measurable impact. We acknowledge these deficiencies fully and have taken decisive steps to address them. The department has developed a comprehensive audit action plan to be fully implemented, which will ensure that every branch identifies root causes, assigns responsible officials, and implements sustainable corrective measures. In parallel, we are rebuilding our performance information systems, notably the TVET-MIS and SET-MIS platforms, to strengthen our data accuracy, audit trails, and evidence-based reporting. We are also reviewing our planning processes to ensure that future APP targets are properly calibrated, verifiable, and compliant with HESA standards. Honorable Chair and honorable members, this performance review must be understood within the broader context of South Africa's ongoing struggle of unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality, together with gender-based violence, as remarked by the Honourable Minister. The work of this department lies at the heart of that national effort. When we strengthen our colleges, our universities, our CET colleges, as well as skills programs, we are not merely improving institutional efficiency, but we are enabling transformation, empowering young people, and building the productive capacity of our nation. Honourable members, we are therefore approaching today's session with humility and determination. We recognize that while financial governance is stabilized, our performance management systems require deep reform. We accept the committee's oversight's role as a constructive force to help us improve, and we reaffirm our commitment to working with all stakeholders, including AG and all our respective entities, to deliver a PSET system that is efficient, inclusive, and truly transformative. As we table this annual report, Honourable Chair and honourable members, we do so with a clear understanding that accountability is not merely a compliance exercise, but it's a renewal of trust between the department, this Parliament, and the people of South Africa, a trust that must be earned through action, integrity, and continuous improvement. With those few words, Honourable Chair, may I now hand over to DDG Gasa to lead the presentation on the non-financial report. She will then be followed by the acting CFO, Mr. Pence, to lead the financial report. Thank you.
Minister, the laptop of the department is not working to project there. They can't blame our cable. The AG's one used the same cable. So is this CFO, this laptop is not new. We did not pay 92,000 for it. So what do we do here? You don't have a different... Steve, borrow us a different laptop. This one is not working. Somebody from the department, please borrow us your laptop. Open the presentation. Let's
borrow mine. We are sorted. No, it's not. I can show you now in the IT why you are sorted.
King among David. Yeah, okay. I want a laptop with it's a 92,000. I said it's we'll help you. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. They had requested 30 minutes. I've given them 45. But at 15:15, I will cut them. Because that would have been 45 minutes.
I was asking if
At the end,
at the end of my time.
I'll use my discretion.
So, Honorable Chair, how much time have I got?
I don't know.
Protected by my minister.
The presentation of the department is ending at 12:15, including finance.
All right. And then there's also CFO, yes.
We are eating more time, no?
Thank you for your compassion, Chair. Thank you once more. Greetings to the Chair, honorable members, and the Minister. And thank you for the opportunity to present the non-financial parts of the annual report. I will try my absolute best to be very brief, given the limitations of time that we have. In essence, what I will do is to skip what honorable members are very familiar with. This is the outline of the presentation that we have prepared for today. It's the vision and mission, which through your permission, Chair, I will not go through if it is all right, because you are familiar with this. I will also not go through the strategic plan outcomes, because we are all familiar with this. I will go through some of the achievements, but I will primarily zoom in on the problematic areas that we are going through, and excuse me, focus on the reasons for deviations and what we are trying to cover, and then hand over to the CFO as a way of trying to cover time, if that is all right, Chair and Honorable Minister. As I indicated, I will not go through this because everyone is familiar about our vision and mission as the PSET system. Excuse me. I also, with your permission, Chair and Minister and honorable members, will not go through the 5-year strategic plan and outcomes. I am trusting that if there are things that I'm choosing to skip, the Chair will correct me. As indicated by the Honorable Minister and the Acting DG, this is how our performance looks during, in terms of the annual reports during the reporting period. In essence, the department had planned 94 targets, and overall 46 targets were achieved, 49%, and 48 of the targets were regrettably not achieved. And then the bars on my left-hand side are an indication of that. This slide, slide 7, is an indication of how the different programs then performed. Program 1 had 10 planned targets. 7 targets were achieved, and then 3 were not achieved, ensuring that Program 1 was one of the better performing programs. Program 2, which I'm responsible for, had 16 planned targets. 5 were achieved, 11 were not achieved. Program 3, which the university education headed by DDG Sotukwa, had 26 planned targets. 15 were achieved and 11 were not achieved. Program 4, which is headed by my fellow colleague, DDG Zungu, had 22 planned targets. 9 were achieved, and then 13 were not achieved. Program 5, which is now handled by my fellow colleague, Mr. Mabusela, is acting DDG, had 11 planned targets. 3 were achieved and 8 were not achieved. And then Program 6, which is managed by my fellow colleague, DDG Fuchi, had 9 planned targets. Apologies, honorable members, it's out of habit. It's DDG Fuchane. So it's 9 planned targets, 7 were achieved, and 2 were not achieved. Now, as matters of principle, what I'm now going to do is the following, is I'm then going to go through all of the different programs bearing the following: appreciating the presentation that was made by the AGSA and the areas where they identified areas of improvement that we could make, especially in planning and synergy, and recognizing the importance of MTDP, especially as the key planning document for the 7th administration. And what I will then do is, secondly, as a principal issue, is I will highlight the achievements for each program as the first 1 or 2 slides, and then not go into the achievements at all, and then move into each and every slide and focus on what we've highlighted as red, which means that then would be the focus of what has not been achieved, and highlight why we've deviated and what we are trying to do for that. And another principal issue is that all this I'm doing against the backdrop of the statements that have been made by our Honorable Minister and the statements that have been made by DDG Zungu, who is the acting DG today. I trust that is in order, honorable members. So I will start with Program 1. In the main, as I indicated, or as the acting DG indicated earlier on, for Program 1, the planned targets were 10, and they achieved 7, so they are one of the better performing programs with a 70% achievement. In the slide, it is quite clear that with public procurement, there is an indication around areas of women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, black-owned businesses, small and medium and macro enterprises. And I will not go into the exact numbers because I think that is fairly clear. DDG, acting CFO, is the best placed to respond to this when we have a discussion responding to questions that are going to be raised by honorable members. We have a challenge with ensuring vacancy rates and ensuring that they remain below 10%. And honorable members have consistently raised this matter. Our honorable minister has ensured that we get guidance, and my fellow colleague, DDG Ngwenya, has since come up with a plan that has come into effect. She will correct me, I think has come into effect since the past month, and she will speak into that and how that is going to be implemented moving forward as a way of fast-tracking this as per the guidance by the Honorable Minister. But it is an achievement as well. The resolution of disciplinary cases is also a slight improvement, hence the inclusion in the slide, but it is a slight achievement. And then also the network connectivity is also recorded as an improvement. Thank you. So then I move into the challenges as I indicated earlier on. In this slide, we still face a challenge regarding the matter of valid invoices being paid, being managed within 30 days. We had planned for ensuring that this is done, that we have an achievement of 100%. We are sitting at 99.9 for those that are good at statistics. I think that it's fairly, relatively, slightly not so significant, but I'm sure that as the AGSA indicated, there is much room for improvement, especially as they indicated in terms of the entities that we work with. The reason for deviation here is that the queries were raised regarding submitted invoices. After correcting the identified errors, limited supporting information was available, which led to administrative delays. Progress towards achieving targets not achieved. What the CFO has done is to ensure that we put in place a mechanism for ensuring that the supply chain team and the finance unit work together in tandem to ensure that payment is made within 30 days. And the onus is also on us as program managers, which is another term that's used for DDGs, to also work with the CFO to improve this particular program problem and ensure that we do not keep ensuring that this remains a problem and we avoid a consequence management, a process being effected by the DG and the minister. And there's been a process put in place for weekly checks, and payment is also reported at EXCO moving forward. Excuse me, there is also an issue regarding the businesses owned by people living with disabilities. Unfortunately, we are low in performance, sitting at 2.08 when we should be sitting at 7. When we interrogated this, we realized that some of the challenges were a contribution regarding registration of persons with disabilities in National Treasury, and we've also engaged the Department for Persons with Disabilities to try and address this matter moving forward. We have been engaged at length by the AGSA about the matter of the unqualified audit opinion with findings, and we accept that there is an issue regarding inadequate controls regarding the collection, verification and validation of performance information. There is an audit action plan that's been developed, and all program managers moving forward are also being held accountable for ensuring audit outcomes, and this has being included in our performance agreements with the DG for reviews moving forward. Moving on now to Program 2, which, as I indicated, is what I am responsible for. Achievements that I can record are the fact that we have built 3 TVET campuses in 3 Ngqongqoshe campus of Ikhala, Giyani campus of Letaba, Fryhead campus of Mtaba. We have also exceeded targets in terms of international engagements undertaken to support priorities of the PSET system, including the G20, which might also only be taking place this year, but has actually been done over a 2-year period, and also ensuring that we focus on securing agreements with countries that are relevant for strengthening the PSET system, and ensuring that we implement or we drive the implementation of agreements that were agreed upon during BRICS. We have also ensured that we strengthen partnerships and interventions that would address what the Minister spoke about, which is an increase in gender-based violence and femicide in the PSET system. For example, we sit in the interdepartmental program that is led by SEPS and Justice, and so we provide reports on the sexual offences work, and we also have done a report on the Transforming Mentalities program, which is primarily a UNESCO program, but we also launched a South African version 1 to contribute to the reduction on gender-based violence and femicide, which has increased tremendously in the G20, in the PSET system. As the Minister indicated, what we don't want is to send young people to PSET institutions and they come back in body bags. The last one that I want to mention has also been driven by the Minister before in his capacity as a DM, is the National Open Learning System, which is about primarily ensuring capacitation of TVET lecturers, and we are looking at how we can expand this program to also CET colleges as well. Then I would like to focus on the challenges. As I mentioned earlier on, we are one of the programs that did not perform so well. The first one is that we did not do so well in the recognition of prior learning and implementation thereof. The main issue here was primarily that initially this was going to be a PSET focus-driven initiative, and then the recommendation later was that we should include the Department of Basic Education. The increase in scope became a challenge, and then there were then delays, and now we are working on accelerating this program so that there are not delays as much. This, I know, is an issue, a key issue, and rightfully so, for the Portfolio Committee. We should have made progress on the NQF amendment bill. There were serious delays here, primarily misalignment with the planned targets at the planning stage, and we did not meet this target as we should have, What we have now done to ensure that there is progress towards achieving the target is that the minister has directed the legal services chief directorate that falls under me to identify key legal frameworks or key amendments to be accelerated as a matter of urgency. Members are aware of this, so I will not go through all of the other ones, but with this one, for example, the extension for public comments was made to 15 September 2025, and the legal services team is hard at work to ensure that stakeholders are approached to make sure that they make comments so that we make the far better progress than we have made in the past, given the limitations that have arisen with this one. The same applies to the revised Higher Education Act, which has created challenges in the PSET system. This one as well, the minister has directed that we accelerate the NSFAS one as well, the skills development one, the CET one as well. So I will not deliberate on this one. Then the next issues that my branch has not managed well with, which honorable members picked up, I have always known, but I think the the oversight that happened last week, which one was honored to be part of, is the challenges around infrastructure and the delays that have taken place. I will focus on Imbali precinct and then make very short statements with all the others, because this applies not only to branch planning, but it affects the universities, as the minister indicated, it affects CETs, it affects TVET colleges, but as the AGSA indicated, where there's the greatest improvement is with the TVET colleges. So with the Imbali precinct, this one was placed on hold following the collapse of governments. Why it was set up, it was for holistic improvement in the Pietermaritzburg area, and we did not meet the targets as we should have. Some of the reasons why we've got challenges, honorable members, here is that we do not have the requisite capacity that we should be having for us to monitor universities as we should be having. I must admit that. I think that became very clear, especially in Imbali, where we went with yourselves, and especially in UKZN, when it became quite clear with those structures that we saw. We shouldn't be, I hope this does not come across as disrespectful, but we shouldn't be relying on honorable members to pick up problems. We should be the ones who pick up problems and then seek guidance from yourselves. As an example, in the past 2 months, I have lost not only a chief director for infrastructure, but also I don't have a director for infrastructure, and the minister has put in place mechanisms to assist us as a department to ensure that we have got teams that come in who are very strong in building a capacity for us, who are not only going to help us plan better for infrastructure, but are also going to capacitate us in the short term as we work out how best to monitor, how best to help institutions. The chair raised a very important issue in KZN, to say that we shouldn't necessarily only blame institutions, universities, TVET colleges, and CETs. and say they don't spend and they hold on to interest, which yes is also an issue, but we too are at fault for not being able to monitor as best as we should be. And that is something that the minister has put as a priority for the PSET system moving forward. I won't speak to all of these because I think I've picked up other things that we struggle with, for example, is instances where we need to work with other departments. For example, in Guyana, which is primarily a TUT initiative that I co-manage with DDG Sokigwa, the challenge there is that we work with Public Works, we work with DPE, and we have not moved because then there would be issues around MOUs, who handles it, is sitting with the Premier's office, and all we wanted to do as the PSET system is to change the trajectory of our country and make sure that young people do not, as they did before, travel from rural spaces to come to urban spaces when institutions lying vacant are just on their doorstep, and they could have just they should have just been assisted to come through and attend them. Then I need to speak to this one because it speaks to the issue around student housing or student accommodation, which, as honourable members raised, especially when there were oversight meetings and as we were travelling around. We did not perform well. We had intended to ensure that there's provision of 5,000 beds completed, but we only achieved a target of 2,471 beds. The issue there, as we've discussed with my fellow colleague, DDG Sokigwa, is that the implementation of student housing projects at universities has been very slow, primarily due to limited institutional capacity for infrastructure delivery and management at universities. Additionally, few universities, UniZulu, UKZN, UJ, CPUT, withdrew from the student housing infrastructure program, citing financial constraints. Just for the benefit, for example, of AGSA, they might have picked this, and I believe they mentioned it at some point. What we had done earlier on as the PSET system, recognizing limitations of capacity in institutions, was to partner with institutions like DBSA, partner with OHA, partner with originally with IDT, although that has been halted given recent developments, and ensured that when we get a conditional grant like the Infrastructure Efficiency Grant and the SIG for maintenance, we would then have a slice cut so that they then have a program management unit that would assist them with infrastructure. But even on top of that, some of them would still struggle with delivering on infrastructure. Then the CLCs as well. We had planned to deliver CLCs. We did not do that. Construction planning for CLCs experienced delays due to challenges in designated construction sites. We also did not cover the detailed designs for the construction of the originally planned 2 new universities. So infrastructure, as the Minister indicated earlier on, is something that is a challenge for us as the PSET system, and we recognize that and we accept the concerns that were raised by the AGSA. I then need to highlight this matter of the fact that as the planning branch we are responsible for reports aimed at supporting decision making in respect of enrollment planning, funding and policy making. We did not meet the target. We had appointed service providers for that, and they did not achieve that. They achieved the one target, but not the other. And we have now made more progress for that, but it is a disappointment for us that we were not able to achieve this target. Moving on to the program 3, university education, they had planned 26 targets. They achieved 58%, and the targets that they were able to achieve are outlined there. The first one is updated guidelines for the DHET bursary scheme, especially for public universities, and this was done. What is also an achievement is the fact that they exceeded the number of eligible university students receiving NSFAS bursaries. They exceeded the target for graduates in initial teacher education annually. They exceeded the graduates in veterinary science annually. They exceeded the target for 3,500 doctoral students annually. They exceeded the target for first-time students entering universities. The throughput rate of 2014 first-time cohorts was also exceeded. The 40 scholarship or internship positions allocated to universities through the Nurturing Emerging Scholarship programs was also exceeded. If I can then skip all the next few slides, which are focusing on the achievements, and zoom in on the challenges. Honorable members are aware that we had intended to have a fee increase regulatory framework submitted to the Minister for approval. That was not achieved. The reason for deviation was that upon consultation, the DHET Legal Services Unit advised that the department does not have the authority to develop a regulatory framework for public universities. As a result, framework guidelines were developed instead. And currently what is being done by the University Education Branch is to engage USAF, NSFAS and SAUS, and the final input from USAF is required, and the intention is for the final guidelines to be submitted to the Minister by October. Then there also was an intention to submit a progress report on the number of eligible university students receiving loans through NSFAS, done by 31 March 2025. That was not done. The NSFAS operational report was developed, however, it did not provide a comprehensive account of university students receiving loans through NSFAS. As a result, important details regarding student loan disbursements and coverage were not fully captured. And progress that's being made right now, just for also honorable members' awareness, as Chair indicated, the NSFAS over today and I think it's over tomorrow, Dr. Sotogo, over tomorrow and on Friday.
It's 10 past now.
All
We have
right.
5 minutes
Thank you,
to
Chair.
round up the
All right.
presentation.
So they are attending to this, and they've got a stretch plan, and I believe that this is one of the other things that they will be attending to. The enrollments, Chair, have not been met for all of the delivery branches, is how we sometimes refer to them. For the university education branch, it is not as bad, but for all of the delivery branches, as I understand it, when I engaged with the colleagues, the budget cuts and have been a major contributing factor. And so Then the targets for graduates in engineering not met, graduates in natural and physical science not met, graduates in human health sciences and animal health sciences also not met. And also for masters as well not met. NGAP, which is for new generation of academics, also not met, and the plan is for this to be done in far more collaboration with universities rather than the approach we had taken earlier on. Let me then move to DDG TVET. Primarily here, the major achievements is the focused improvement on disability support for students
You
in
don't have
TVET
time.
colleges.
Leave the achievement.
All right, move to the, all right, thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. So here, as I mentioned, the enrollments for the TVET colleges, for the TVET college also not met. And the number of students for NSFAS also not met. Primarily, the reasons here are also the budget cuts, but it is also around the management information systems, which I can respond to because it sits with me. And the minister has guided us on how we can try to do this a little bit more differently moving forward. The TVET graduates placed in workplaces also not met. And the TVET, the placement on NC, on TVET college students completing NC qualifications also not met. The challenge being mainly projections and the resource challenges. Then I'd like to quickly move to the issue of how the TVET college, the TVET branch is doing its level best to address the issue of building the capacity of lecturers moving forward and improving protocols for placing colleges, of placing TVET college students and lecturers in the workplace environment moving forward. Then the SETAs, I know Mr. Mabusela won't be too angry with me here if I skip the achievements given the governance challenges that have been discussed at length. And the challenges have also been discussed at length. It's mainly about mostly the work-based learning program and the learners and registered skill programs and artisanal programs. I believe, Chair, that the AGSA did dwell a lot on this particular section, and I hope, Minister, it's all right if I do not dwell too much on this one, because I believe AGSA did dwell on this. But mostly this particular program has been hard hit by governance challenges and labor market challenges moving forward as well. Then achievements of the CET program are laid out. They only have two challenges that they've laid out. They are similar to the university TVET and CET challenges, which is enrollment, mostly affected by resource limitations, but also the image of CET comes in, but also our limitations in terms of delivery of infrastructure in CET, and the fact that the program for CET is still being delivered through basic education, I think contributes to that.
Thank you very much.
I think I will stop there. Thank you very much.
You have even eaten the time of finance, because you guys asked for 30 minutes. We give you 45 minutes. In 45 minutes, you still can't do it. And even the emphasis that has been made on certain points that are not of substance. It's what eats your time. Present from the CFO quickly. We are now eating on the time of the minister because he's supposed to close and then he's supposed to join a meeting. Run the slides for him from here. CFO quickly.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon again. Just go to slide 48. Slide 48 immediately speaks to the part E of the report, which speaks to the irregular expenditure. In the prior year, they had an amount of just over 1 million rand, and that was for a case of a process not followed properly, and an official was found guilty and also had a final warning. The 59 that remained just going into the financial year was also in respect of a calculation area that was initially confirmed to be a non-compliance. That matter is still under consideration. If you go to the next slide. That is currently being dealt with. What we are still trying to do is to also do further assessments on the similar cases that were found by the AGSA. On the next slide, you'll have the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And again, there in the prior year, there was fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the 2016-17 financial year, where an official was found guilty and was a 1 month suspension. It was fraudulent salaries that was paid. The one that came into the books in the year before that was also one for 59,000 rand, where it was deemed to have been fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The matter went for further handling of a disciplinary hearing, and the official was found not guilty. In it, you can go to the next slide. This is just an update. So that matter has been submitted to the Office of the Auditor General for further condonation. If you go to the following slide, the reports in Part F are the following. They are listed there. It's the reports for the Accounting Officer, the Audit Committee, the Auditor General of Parliament, and then there's the financial statements as is quoted there. The essence of it is to just have a summary of all of these parts of the reports. I'll touch on each of one of them if you go to the following slide. First slide is a report on the Accounting Officer. In the main, it speaks to those elements that set out, but gives an overview of what the view is of the Accounting Officer of the findings. The following slide will also then speak to the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee has also made their comments based on what they have found, and have confirmed the outcome of the AGSA of an unqualified with findings output. They have made certain comments of which they had said, certain of the audits, in terms of the audit action plans, need to be strengthened, and also obviously the root causes identified and actions implemented. On the next slide is the report of the Auditor General, and I'm not going to speak on this because the AGSA, I think, has fairly represented, in fact 100% corrected, presented the presentation there. So go to the next slide and the following slide. This slide speaks to the financial statements. You have noted also I presented very similar in the Q4 in last month, mid of last month, on the state of the appropriations of the department. Needless to say, we're just under 137 billion rand, of which our spending was 99.9%, but still a variance of 139 million rand, of which obviously we are still about concerned as to how we want to improve on that. This slide, in fact, the next two slides are very similar. This one portrays the statement appropriation in terms of the programs as they are there. Notably, is the most of the funding lies in the education, university education, and again it shows the variance of the 139, almost 140 that we had varied. The following slide is the same figure, just the economic classification, and you can see what accounts for it. That 139 million rand, predominantly compensation of employees, and I had to filter through effect all the programs of unfilled vacancies. There were goods and services predominantly which we had either not delivered or it was still outstanding that we could not pay. That makes up the bulk of that variance there. If you go to the following slide, I've already spoken to that, so I'm not going to touch on it again. On the next slide speaks to the top 10 spending items of the department, and we've listed them in order as they are presented. I'm not going through to them as well. It's just for, if we can go to the next slide as well. And again, that is an indication of the transfers and subsidies, mostly indicating that the universities, what they get in terms of the transfers, followed by the NSFAS in terms of the amount that makes up the transfers, equal to almost 100, to just above 124 billion rand. If we go to the following slide, next. What I've depicted here is just an indication of the audit action plan. Now, I'm not going to go through the detail of it, but this slide seems to give us an indication also of the process that we followed in getting to the audit action plan, and that we do report to the EXCO, the accounting officer, the executives, as well as the audit committee. And on the table below is a typical extract of how the audit action plan looks like. It contains what the findings were, the root causes, what is the action, the recommendation by the AG, and then, of course, who's responsible for the timelines and the official, and on the very far right, it would be probably the updates that we receive. And the updates is on the following slide that we had said. These are the intervals that we had. Here's a minimum requirement of reporting. And then the following few slides I am not going to go to, but you'd see here for all these programs, what I did was just to list what the actual finding was, and just a high level of each of those programs as to what is contained in those audits. We have obviously the detailed audit action plan, which I am not going to flight at this presentation with your permission, because you can go to the end just until you get to slide, maybe slide 76, 77 is also fine. Yeah, here we've made certain observations. What also combination from what the AG had said, lack of internal controls, performance information remains a concern, supporting evidence not always provided, and these were some of the main reasons that the AG had also lifted in terms of the findings that they had raised. We've also presented a way forward in terms of what we have said, and I explained that in terms of the audit action plan. And if you skip the next slide, there's just a last slide that speaks to consequence management. Again, slide. This is probably the last slide, if I have it correctly, before we say the thank you. But it contains a very high level of the cases currently under misconduct, and also a breakdown there of what is not concluded in this one, or included, apologies, are the consequence management, where we had said in terms of repeat findings of the audit action plan. That has already been issued to the Office of the DG. And I submit with that, Chair and Minister. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you.
I just need your button to be pressed.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Just some few points, and I'll try and keep it as short as possible. Firstly, that an unqualified audit opinion for the financial statements, I think for us is a good continuation of what has been done, and I think it basically means that we have been presenting our books fairly, and that there is, and that this is, for the third consecutive year that we, have achieved clean audits, and that there's no material non-compliance in terms of financial management and legislation, but also that the financial performance. I know the CET colleges are quite eager to, get themselves into the AGSA's portfolio, but that's the improvement which we want to note, and also the improvement in our TVET colleges, I think 5 out of 12, and the universities, with about 17 of them having received, 15 having received clean audits.
and so on. But when we had the conversation, Chairperson, with the AG, which I also want to reiterate some of the points here, was what are the issues that are keeping us awake, which we need to attend to urgently. And I think the first agent one is in terms of our information systems. This is not in order of priority, but I think these are the agent one. We have to fix the TVET miss, ensure that the SETMIS, which is the Community Education and Training, and SETMIS. I had, so in the first few days, we had an engagement with all the branches in the department, and all of them expressed hope around the MICT project. And I immediately met with the CEO of MICT to get a sense of what progress have they made, and the intention being to use that as the platform to begin to integrate all the other services, within the CETAs. And yes, they have indicated that they are ready, but not fully for the entire sector. And our intention is to issue a directive to all the CETAs. We've asked, their coordinating structure to meet with MICT to look at what progress they made and whether, can we put a limit in terms of either the extension of existing contracts or, limiting the period within which they can enter into new contracts until such time that this system is fixed. We are also working on, finalizing the secondment of a chief information officer, and we hope that that will be, concluded as soon as possible, because with the department being the coordinating structure, the heart, where in every vein spread out, be it to CETAs, to TVET colleges, to universities, and to community colleges, and in terms of the entire system, we have to fix that nerve center. And so that's what's agent, getting warm bodies in there and also giving them a program around coordinating our entire, digital infrastructure. So that's our agent thing. The second agent thing is, I think, filling up all the other critical vacancies. The commitment from, corporate services is that by the first quarter of 2026, we would have made some progress in filling up very key vacancies, including that of the CFO, and as I said, of GITO, and so we see this as one of the agent tasks. We've also asked the DDGs themselves to take responsibility in terms of the recruitment and filling of vacancies in their branches, so that it is not just the responsibility of the corporate services, but it should be a collective responsibility. Some misstatements, and so I think one of the things, which is the third thing, one of the things which we'll have to do is how we ensure that there is constant monitoring on a quarterly basis. We do receive the reports, but I think attention has to be paid in terms of, making sure that we are not surprised at the end. Fourthly, we have asked the DG to, together with the DDGs, work on fixing the APPs. We had hoped that by this meeting we would present a framework, in terms of the existing APP. We may have missed the window of opportunity for the review of the APP, but even though, for compliance purposes, we may have missed that opportunity, but we think that we need to do right so that our performance is measured on the basis of that. And so we're going to involve even DPME and everybody else so that we have proper performance indicators and that we're able to to respond into. In terms of infrastructure, which has been one of our major weaknesses, the intention is to coordinate. We have noted some of the points, Sefako Mahatu, Kharsibande, but also some of the universities pulling back on the student housing infrastructure program. The big issue, Chair, is for us to build internal capacity, not just for the construction of new projects, but for the maintenance of new projects. I mean, what we found at Fort Hare was weaknesses around supply chain, weaknesses around maintenance, and so on. But also that we cannot allow the sector to plan for the country. So anybody comes up and say, we need a university of medical science, a medical faculty, here. We need a TVET college there. We need, our infrastructure plan has to be centrally coordinated. And similarly, so should our maintenance. So some level of capacity have to be developed at a national level for us to oversee the infrastructure programs and roll out, that is happening. And this also includes digital infrastructure. If we are to meet the expectations that society has on us in terms of the number of students who should be absorbed into the system, physical infrastructure is not going to be the only solution. And so digital, infrastructure is going to be there. And so this is one of the things that, we're going to, deeply look at. And then consequence management, to look into where there have been, problems where people need to account, and I think follow through as it relates to that. And it's not just about financial misconduct. It's also about, performance-related misconduct. Finally, I had the AG's concern, and I'm sure you may share this similar concern around the SETAs. There has been some improvement in terms of financial management, but the concern around the accounting authorities, we have put those in place. On the 29th of September, 30th of September, some of them. So accounting authorities are in place. We have started in earnest with the process of the appointment of SETA board chairs. We have separated the processes, but we've now started with the process for the appointment of SETA chairpersons. And so we hope that within a short space of time, we would have concluded this process and have fully functional accounting authorities in place in the SETAs. But to support that, Chair, we have set up a reference group that will look into how we can, accelerate the implementation of the what do they call them? SHIPs, strategic high impact projects from the SETAs, which is the summit that you spoke about, amongst other things, but also the general review of SETAs and what reforms are needed. And I think with time we will brief the portfolio committee, and that the same thing applies with the NSF. And then our major priority, finally, Chair, would inevitably and has to inevitably be, the NSFAS. We're quite worried that, yes, compared to the previous board and under administration, they've asked for less time in terms of when they want to submit, but still them not having met the deadline is something that we are looking at closely. And I fully agree that it reflects badly. If students are not getting their allowances, and here in Parliament we're saying they haven't, NSFAS hasn't even submitted their it's a question of trust. So those are some of the points that we, are going to be, attending to. So I thought I should make those points, Chair. The committee is right that if we have an audit action plan, it has to be followed through. So we're going to be keeping the DG and whoever is responsible for the implementation of the audit action plan moving forward to constantly report on the progress that they are making, and if there's a need for us to make interventions at any given point, that we do so. Thank you for your indulgence, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Just two things. One, the chair of chairs has given us communique to all chairpersons indicating that from now on our meetings must end around 12:30 because we have members who then are supposed to attend debate in Parliament who arrive late. So we're going to be very strict on time. So when we tell you it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we're going to be very strict. That is number one. Number two, it won't help you to bring an 80-page presentation. You look at what message have we asked you to communicate and you compress it into, if it means 20 slides, let it be 20 slides. Because when we say to you, I mean, Minister, you said you wanted 20 minutes, they said 30. I gave them 45. They still did not listen. I finished. And how we present colleagues, there are certain points that, honestly, even though you want to make a point be heard, there are certain points that we should concentrate on, which I think we missed an opportunity to do so. The second part, Minister, is that you said it's 3 years in a row that the department has gotten a clean audit. I think that's not an accurate statement. You've gotten an unqualified with findings consecutively. A clean audit is unqualified without findings. So I thought I must just clarify that part so that when members come in, we also speak about it. But the issue of performance, I know you are going to join that meeting with Investor Free State. When we come back, you might not be here. The issue of performance of the department, it's a worrying matter. And if in your closing you said you might have missed the window to update the APP, again it will be a worrying matter because when we had a conversation with the department earlier in the year after they presented, there were points or rather the targets that they put there which we asked them, okay, so with this one, let's say you achieve this target, what impact are you going to be doing in society? I mean, if for an example, you are a Department of Higher Education and Training, Statistics South Africa addresses the nation and says, we've got 30% unemployment in this country. Your job is to produce graduates and who are going to be, needed by the job market. There are others, commentators, who come and say, no, the quality of what we produce is not recognized by industry. No problem. What is then, when I put in a target, I must say, okay, out of this 9% that Stats SA says they've got degrees and are unemployed, what degrees do they have? Do we have the need in the market? Is the market looking for those? Yes or no? If it says no, then why do you then put a target to say, I want to produce 1,000 more of these people? Where are they going to work? So you will reach your target of having 1,000 graduates. But how are they going to make an impact in society? So when we produce targets, or when we think about targets, the targets must be impact-based. So we must say, okay, Council for Higher Education. We have, industry says to us, we need civil engineers. And the ones that we have, the courses that we have on civil engineering, the graduate can only work in South Africa because, or they can't access the market in China, in the, first world countries because the courses that are being taught here in South Africa. I'm making an example, and I'm not saying this is the fact. I'm just saying as an example. The courses that this graduate comes out having learned were not AI infused, so there's no artificial intelligence in the course. There's no, fourth industrial revolution, and therefore we then have a problem of these graduates of ours accessing the job market outside of South Africa. What then should we do? We then put a target. We say, Council for Higher Education, go develop, or if you develop products, or when you pass products, when you accredit courses, you say the courses that I'm going to accredit as a target of Council for Higher Education, the courses that I'm going to accredit are now going to be course X, Y, and Z, which is what I think we're trying to do with the QCTO. So we're trying to do it on one side, but we're not doing it, so the usefulness of our targets must make sense going forward. CITAS, for an example, as a last example. You say you want to train 300,000 people on skills programs. So let's look at those that we have trained. Where are they? Where are they absorbed? Are they not absorbed? Why are they not absorbed? It means we are training them for the streets. Why must we have a target of 300,000 more that we want to train for the streets? So it means, even though there might not be anything wrong with that course, but it's not helping us achieve the intended purpose. What do we then do? Let's not have 300,000 on skills program, short skills program. Let's have 300,000, or maybe that's ambitious. Let's have 40,000 on artisans instead of having 300,000 on this. So the targets that we put must make sense internally and externally. And I think those are the two examples that I wanted to speak. You might not be back, Minister, by when we resume. So I thought I must just give you that. By the time you come back, we will tell you how we're closing. But the presentations of departments, and we're going to show you now. We're going to show them again. You will not be here. But when you report to us in Q1, so this annual report is a culmination of 4 quarters. You report to us every quarter. We say, come report Q1, 24-25, Q2, 24-25. The reasons that the department gives us in these quarters, when you look at it now, they are different. So you ask yourself, so were you lying then or you are lying now? Because the reasons can't be the same, can't be different. I did not, the RPL or what? No, let's some framework. RPL framework, reason X. No problem. You get to the end of the year, that thing was not achieved. Reason is now Y. So it has now moved from X. The Imbali precinct, for an example, that we're talking about, it's a target that was not achieved. It was put as on a Q4. It was a target for Q4. We're given a different answer. We went to DUT. Where DUT? We said, DUT, explain. The department said, you could not do this because you did not have capacity. Part of what they said. You guys could not manage this project. They were looking at each other as if we're not okay. The VC said, hey, there's a guy, I forgot, Kumal or somebody, CEO of the prison. Maybe it's him who knows. Us as DUT, we don't know. In a meeting. In a meeting. They don't know. The department says it's them. In the meeting, they say they don't know. Now the department, they put it in this slide. In this slide now, they've changed from what they said that time. Maybe because they listened to that meeting because we streamed that meeting of ours. They've changed the reason. So when you know what, I don't know, Minister, I know it's not you, but somebody in the department must tell us in this instance, who would have, maybe Manzin, because we are acting DG, I see you're sitting next to the Minister. So maybe here, for presenting inaccurate, in fact saying inaccurate will be too light, for presenting something that we know is not the truth. Who must we then hold accountable? Because we've said this thing before. When quarter 2 was being presented to us, well, quarter 3 performance, the department deliberately lied to us. Lie. By changing an APP. It's there, it's an APP that was presented in Parliament. It was not amended. They then, on the presentation, they put a lie. They say that higher education, what is this thing? HEA, the Act, supposed to be submitted to Parliament. This is on the APP of the same department, to Parliament on the 31st of December 2024. They don't achieve that. They then come in a meeting, they want to lie. They say, no, the target was not this one. The target was this act submitted to the minister. The target said was supposed to be submitted to Parliament. They come, and we ask them in the meeting, who amongst you is lying to us, so that we can, and we said we are giving you 3 months, go and check who made that mistake, and there must be consequence management, because this is not a typing error. This was a deliberate act of lying. People changing targets on the presentation. On this one, you will not be a minister. We are going to show them a number of inconsistencies again from the department. And they will have to answer us. Because, honestly speaking, this department, man, let's take lunch. It's 10 to 2. We will be back at 20 to 3. Thanks.